Hello. Okay. Okay, guys. Hello. 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 Okay, listen up. ओके चलो शुरू करते हैं. फटाफट से पहले वाइवास लेंगे. क्लोज योर बुक्स. गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग. ये भी कर दो ना, फैन चालू जरा. थर्ड पे, हाँ. थर्ड. ओके. ओके, सो नाउ हरी. क्लोज योर बुक्स. यस. One slab I will give you. Start. Tell me one thing that let's talk about Article 279A GST Council, right? Tell me 4 matters that they recommend about. Four things that they recommend about. Anything that you can remember. Yeah, though that is the composition. I'm not asking you who is a part of GST Council. I'm talking about what kind of recommendations they will give you. Think, what kind of changes can happen in GST. What do you think? What keeps changing in GST? Huh? Yes, so that is one of the points where they actually determine the tax rates of different products and goods and services. No. Yeah, but that is not one of the topics out there. 279 I am asking. Sit down. Threshold limit, yes, of GST. Yes, which taxes are actually subsumed in GST? Correct. What is the threshold limit under GST? There is one more thing related to exemption. No. What else? What is GST based on? The slab rates of GST. Okay, then what else? What else do you think GST Council must be taking opinion about? Correct. On what model is GST based? Right. So that will also be commented. Okay. Model of GST, apportionment in which IGST will be done. Correct. Okay. All of that will be done by GST Council. Next. Hero. Yes. Tell me if I'm an I am in Mumbai, you are in Pune. What tax will you charge? What tax I will charge you if I am supplying goods or service to you? Only CGST. When I ask you better, you don't say anything. That point only will be asked in the exam and you will not know. CGST and? Okay. What if I am in Andaman Nicobar, you are also in Andaman Nicobar? Only UTGST. So say full, no beta? Say full. CGST and UTGST. But what if I am in Mumbai, you are in Chennai? What will I charge you? Is it intrastate or interstate? You know what is intra? Then what will be charged? Sit down, beta. I am in Mumbai, you are in Chennai. What will be charged? What will be charged? And the IGST that I will collect from you, I will deposit it with government. Which government? No. I will deposit with whom? Central government. Then central government will keep 50% and 50% will be given to whom? Tamil Nadu state government. ठीक है? Perfect. Sit down. Next. Kunal. Sorry, Rahul. Tell me one thing. Tell me 4 taxes which are subsumed in GST. Four central taxes. Central excise duty. Then no. Then Paul. Salam. 4 taxes, central taxes which are subsumed in GST. Then perfect. 4 taxes which are state taxes which are subsumed in GST. Oi! Avoid. कल ही पढ़ाया था बेटा, लिखा भी है ना तूने? Who has not written? Who has not written anything? Who has not done the homework? Take your books off. Who has not written? Who has not done the homework that I've asked you to do? Why, sir? Why? What's the excuse? And which semester? Don't give me excuse. You had an opportunity to tell me yesterday. Now you can't tell me this. What? Get out. Get out of the class, beta. Okay. Today you will only attend online. Go. Go wherever you want to go. You're not attending the class. There is a system in which I work, and if you can't, follow that system, then you won't attend the class. So please leave the class, sir. Yes. Sir. Beta, you be go. Beta, go. You didn't even answer anything. Go, beta. Go. So then miss the class. Simple. Yeah? Go back home, beta. Okay. Sure. See, one day you will realize something. Right? What can I do? What can I do? You should remember, no? The first thing that sir will ask is this. You didn't even answer any of the question, beta. What can I do? Watch it from his phone. Okay, go. Okay. Okay, then the other things that we did was, charging section. Yes? Charging section mein we did section 9, that is 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5. What did we do in 9.1? CGST is levied in case of intra-state supply of goods or service, except alcoholic liquor for human consumption, at a rate not exceeding 20% on a value determined under section 15, where tax is paid by taxable person. Who is that taxable person? Supplier. 9.2, 5 petroleum products. Which are those 5 petroleum products? Mahadangi, yes. Crude oil, petroleum, high speed diesel, aviation turbine fuel, and one is which gas? Natural gas. Right now they are outside the purview of GST. But tomorrow if council says that you need to include it, you will include it. Make sense? Next. Madam, aap bata dijiye. In case of reverse charge, who is liable to pay tax? Recipient is liable to pay tax. Right? As per RCM. Correct. Next, madam, you tell me that if registered supplier is supplying goods to registered recipient, will GST apply? Yes. Okay. If registered to unregistered? Yes. If unregistered to unregistered, it will not apply. If supplier is basically unregistered, it will not apply. Okay. Unregistered to registered, again it will not apply. Okay. Next. Madam, you tell me that in case where I am a cab driver and I am transporting you from one place to another place and you have booked me through Ola or Uber, in that case who will pay tax? Ola, e-commerce operator. But the question is that if you are booking a hotel through MMT and hotel is registered, then who will pay tax? Hotel. But if hotel is unregistered, then MMT. But in case of housekeeping, Pandi, if supplier is registered, who will pay tax? Supplier. If supplier is not registered, then recipient. If you are giving housekeeping service through ECO, who will pay tax? And in case, yes, what's your good name? Jiva, huh? Jiva, if the e-commerce operator has physical presence in India, who will pay tax? ECO. If physical presence is not there in India, then representative. If nothing is there, then person appointed by ECO. Perfect. Sit down. Next. Yes. What's your good name? Huh? Yunus. Sorry, yes, Yunus. Yunus, tell me that, let's say, insurance agent is providing service to insurance company. Who will pay tax? Yes. Recovery agent providing service to bank. Bank. Because there is only one bank, but there are many recovery agents. There is only one insurance company, but there are many insurance agents. Are you getting it? Perfect. Third is perfect. Director providing service to company, who will pay tax? Is providing service to a company. Company will pay tax. And in case of direct selling agent, if the direct selling agent is individual and he is providing service to bank, who will pay tax? The bank will pay tax. But if the DCA is company or a partnership firm, then the company or partnership firm will pay the tax. Supplier will pay the tax as per FCM, forward charge mechanism. Is that very clear, guys? Yes? Perfect. Okay. Now we are heading towards one of the most important part of RCM, and that is 3 important services. Okay. One is GTA service, the other is security service, and the third is renting of motor vehicle service. First is GTA service. What do you mean by GTA? And the full form is goods transport agent. Okay, that's the full form of GTA, goods transport agent. Now the thing is, here you need to understand 2 things: who is the supplier and who is the recipient. Now important part is, supplier is the GTA recipient is someone we need to discover. Supplier is a goods transport agent who transports goods from one place to another place. But what kind of GT are we looking out for? Who actually satisfies two conditions. Condition number one, he transports those goods via road. And condition number two, that he issues consignment note. Okay. So first is he transports goods via road, and second he issues consignment note. What do you mean by this? Very simple. He's a transporter who's transporting goods via road, and second is he issues consignment note. Okay. What do you mean by he issues consignment note? Very simple. What it only means is that if the person is transporting goods from one place to another place, then in between, in transit, if something happens to the goods, it's whose responsibility? The GTA's responsibility, the transporter's responsibility. And which is why he issues a consignment note the very moment when he receives the delivery of goods from the consigner, the person who's sending goods. So I hand over the goods and he will issue consignment note. Are you getting it? That is the kind of GTA we are looking out for. Now the thing is, what kind of recipient are we looking out for? You know, that's extremely important. Now, what kind of recipient it is? In that case, okay, the recipient that we are looking out for is, let's say, let me give you an example. Okay, let's say for example, GTA is transporting goods for HUL. Okay, and the goods are being transported from HUL to DMart. From HUL to DMart. So HUL is in Chennai, DMart is in Coimbatore. Now the question is, who is the recipient? Is it HUL or is it DMart? Who is the recipient of transportation service? Listen, there are two transactions. HUL is wanting to sell goods to DMart, but to sell goods you need to also transport them. So one transaction is HUL and DMart, seller and buyer, but the other transaction is GTA and whom? No. अगर आप देखने जाएंगे, if you will go to see, then recipient in this case is actually both HUL and DMart. Why? Because both are actually receiving service. If the goods of HUL are being supplied, the goods of DMart are actually being procured. Are you getting it? Yes. If HUL is able to sell goods, DMart is actually able to procure goods, and that is happening only because of GTA. Because what is GTA doing? Transporting goods from one place to another, and that is what is GTA doing, my dear friends. Got it? So actually देखने जाएंगे तो recipient are both the people, but we can't ask both the people to pay tax as per RCM. We can't say HUL, you pay CGST, and DMart, you pay SGST. Right? It will be stupid. So we need to zero down one recipient. And the tiebreaker question will be, who is liable to pay the freight? Who is liable to pay the freight? It depends. It depends between HUL and DMart. Right? It depends upon what they have agreed upon. Who is going to bear this expense? Is it HUL or DMart? Whoever it is. For GTA, that person will be the recipient. So if HUL pays, HUL is the recipient. If DMart pays, DMart is the recipient. Whoever is liable to pay the freight. Is the recipient of GTA service. Do you get it? Make sense? Yes? Perfect. Okay? Now, and I have written all of this. All of this is written here. Just for your information. Okay? Now the thing is, in case of GTA, there are two options. Option number 1 and option number 2. Option number 1 is you pay tax as per %5 GST rate. And option number 2, you pay tax as per 12% GST rate. Correct? So now which option will GTA choose? 5% or 12%? No. This you are saying at the very outset. You only understand one thing, guys. That if this was so easy to figure out, that only by the way of, looking at the rate, you will tell, okay, GTA will only go for 5%. Then why is 12% created on the first place? There has to be some reason, no? If the decision making was only based on what? Percentage. Then why would the second option be created on the first place? काम first option से ही हो जाता ना? So we need to understand, okay, that what 5% is actually telling you and what 12% is actually telling you. And then we need to evaluate, after understanding the entire option, that finally what kind of GTA will go with which option, right? So don't just say 5%. We will say that once we are done understanding the entire concept. Okay? So let's start with GST at the rate 5% wal option. Option number 1. What happens here? Let's try and understand. Here, if the GTA is a supplier and he opts for GST at the rate 5%, and if the recipient is a registered person, recipient is a registered person, yani has he exceeded 20 lakhs? When I say registered, what do you mean? When I say unregistered, what does it mean? Does not exceed 20 lakhs. Perfect. So if it has exceeded 20 lakhs, my dear friends, he is a registered person. That means he is already registered under GST law. That means he is already making compliances. That means if we tell that person to do one more compliance where he has to pay tax as per RCM, he will not mind. Will he mind? No, because any which ways he is doing the compliance of what? Output tax minus ITC. Output tax minus, yes, what is ITC? Input tax, the tax that he pays on purchase. What is output tax? The tax that he charges on sales. You know, so 144 जेब से गया, right? You remember this? 172 जेब में आया, so he will keep 172 में से अपने पास 144 and remaining 28 he will give it to government. 120 जेब से गया, 144 जेब में आया, he will keep with himself how much? Out of 144 he will keep with himself how much, idiot? 120 and government को देगा वो 20. जेब से कितना गया आपके? 120. जेब में कितना आया? 144. You will keep with yourself how much? जितना जेब से गया है. The amount that you have basically paid from your pocket. So out of 144 you will keep with himself how much? 120 and remaining you will give it to the government. Perfect. Okay. So now the thing is, my dear friends, very simple, that since recipient is who? A registered person. And he is already doing so many compliances. It ends there, my dear friends. And the tax will be paid as per what? RCM. And we will ask the registered person to pay tax as per RCM. So if GTA is providing service to HUL Limited, who is a registered person, who is liable to pay tax? GT or HUL? Because HUL is a registered person and GT has opted for 5% GST rate. Are you getting it, guys? But there is a small exception to this. What is the exception? So the exception is where a person is a registered person, but he is solely registered for the purpose of deducting TDS. For the purpose of deducting TDS. Do you know what TDS is? Tax deducted at? Do you know who deducts it? Okay. I will just give you a small reference as to what TDS is. It has nothing to do with us, but remember, and this TDS, remember, it's not as per income tax. This TDS is as per GST. Okay? So you need to understand what TDS is in a very superficial way. It is a concept that will be covered in final C. All I want you to understand is that, remember one thing, that if there is a case where there is a supplier and there is a recipient, there is a supplier and there is a recipient. Let's say supplier supplies 10 lakh worth of goods or service to the recipient, and the GST rate is how much? 18%. 1.8 lakhs. So what ideally used to happen is, ideally, okay, before TDS came into picture, recipient will give 11 lakh 82 how much? Supplier. Supplier will keep with himself how much? 10 lakh, and supplier will pay GST liability of 1,80,000 to government. Does this make sense for you? Does this make sense, guys? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. So that's the case, my dear friends. But now if TDS comes into picture, there is a supplier there is a recipient. Supplier supplies, okay, 10 lakh worth of goods plus GST 1.8 lakhs. Now the recipient, okay, is supposed to pay 11 lakh 80 to supplier, but he will not pay 11 lakh 80. He will deduct TDS, 2% TDS. So what is the rate of TDS? 2%. So what is the full form of TDS? What is the source of income for a supplier? Recipient. What is the source of income of supplier? What is the source of income of Thankyou? Students. Right? So the question is, my dear friends, that it's the recipient's job to deduct TDS. So at source only, where the person is receiving the income, you will deduct TDS. Are you getting it? So instead of paying 10 lakh plus 1 lakh 80,000 GST, the person will not pay 10 lakhs. The person will pay 9 lakh 80. How 9 lakh 80? 10 lakh ka 2%, 20,000 I have deducted. 10 lakh ka 2%, 10 lakh is the consideration. Tell me one thing, for a supplier, what is the consideration out of 11 lakh 80? 10 lakh or 11 lakh 80? Because 1 lakh 80 is supposed to pay to whom? So 9 lakh 80,000 plus 1 lakh 80. So GST full amount will be remitted. TDS will be deducted only on the consideration amount. So 10 lakh ka 2%, 20,000. So recipient, okay, who has deducted TDS at the rate, that is 20,000, will deposit with whom? Will deposit it with government. Right? Now, as soon as he deposits it, okay, what happens is, supplier has to pay GST how much? 1 lakh 80. Are yes or no? So to pay 1 lakh 80, what will happen? Very simple. He will have to also shed out 1 lakh 80. So what has happened actually? Supplier has received 1 lakh 80 from whom? From the recipient. Right? So that entire 1 lakh 80 used to give it to whom? To the government. 1 lakh 80 liya, 1 lakh 80 diya. But now, instead of 1 lakh 80, he will only pay how much? 1 lakh 60. 1 lakh, because already recipient has deposited how much? 20,000 on behalf of supplier. Okay, so instead of 1 lakh 80, supplier will only deposit how much? 1 lakh 60. Okay, we will understand this even better when we do payment of tax, but right now all you need to understand is that the recipient's job here was only to deduct TDS, pay TDS, deduct TDS, pay TDS, deduct TDS, pay TDS. To pay TDS, you need to log into GST portal. To log into GST portal, you do need to have a GSTN number. Right? You should be a registered person. You should have a goods and service tax identification number. Only then will you be able to deposit it. Because while you are depositing the money, you also have to tell कि आपने TDS किसका काटा है. That you have deduct TDS of which person. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? So you have deducted TDS of which person. You also have to mention that to government. Otherwise, how will government get to know that किसका TDS कटा है? How will government get to know that this person, this supplier is not supposed to pay 1 lakh 80 but 1 lakh 60? And which is why, my dear friends, okay, this registered person this recipient, okay, does not make any supplies, so he has not exceeded the turnover of what? Yes. He has not exceeded the turnover of what? Yes. His only job in life is to do what? Deduct TDS, pay TDS, deduct TDS. But to do that, you have to get registered. Yes or no? Yes. So there is a section, section 24, that talks about what? Compulsory registration. And in this section they say that even though you have not exceeded what? You still have to register. And in this case, why will he register? Because he has to deposit TDS with the government, for which he will have to go to GST portal, for which he will have to pay TDS. Are you getting it? Is this very clear? Right? So, ruko bhai. So first thing, do you realize one thing? That this recipient, though he is a registered person, but he is hardly doing any compliances. The only compliance that he does is deducts TDS, pays TDS. Deduct TDS, output tax, input tax, nothing. He has nothing to do with any of this. He is only supposed to deduct TDS, and so he is hardly doing any compliance. Why do you want to increase his compliance? You should not. You should avoid. And which is why, my dear friends, government said what? That listen beta. Whenever the registered person is solely registered for the purpose of what? Deducting, in that case, you better make sure that RCM is not triggered and that service is exempted. That service is. So what does that mean? If GT is giving service to whom? A registered person who is solely registered for the purpose of deducting, in that case, will you trigger RCM? No. Because we don't want to add on to his compliances. And which is why, if this is the kind of recipient in front of you, he better be a recipient where the service will be exempted. Are you getting it? So, there can be a question asked in the exam which says, GTA is providing service to A Limited. A Limited is a registered person, but he is solely registered for the purpose of deducting. Then in that case, what is the status of the service? Is it taxable or exempt? Exempt. And when I say it is exempt, what does it mean? That neither supplier nor recipient, no one will pay tax. Because the service is only exempted from what? GST. The service is only exempted from what? So neither supplier nor recipient, neither of them will pay the tax. Is that very clear? Yes. So that is what is clearly given in the apna. In case where GT opts for GST at the rate 5%, if recipient is a registered person, RCM will apply, except where the person solely registered for the purpose of TDS under section 51, because in that case it will be exempt. Did you get it? So if recipient is a registered person, RCM. But if the recipient is registered solely for the purpose of deducting TDS, exempt. Did you get it? Samjha? Section 24 or? Both are different sections, beta. Section 24 talks about compulsory registration. in section 51 talks about persons who are liable to deduct TDS. So not everyone is supposed to deduct TDS. There are specific persons. There is a list of persons given. Only those persons are supposed to deduct TDS. And that you will learn in final CA. Okay? So all you are supposed to be bothered about is what? What kind of recipient is that person? Is he a normal registered person? Or is a registered person solely for the purpose of deducting? Solely for the purpose of deducting? Solely for the purpose of deducting? So if his only job is to deduct what? Then that person, we will make sure is not burdened with any compliance and the RCM will not apply. The service will only be what, beta? Exempt. So GST will not apply only. Got it? Next is, if the recipient is unregistered person. So unregistered under which law? GST law. Yani they have not exceeded what? Unregistered person yani ki they have not exceeded 20 lakhs. Now who is the recipient here? Okay, read out. Lakshmi, read out first. Loud. This list. Loud. What do you mean by this? That if recipient is unregistered, but they are under any of this person, factory, cooperative society, society, body cooperative yani ki company. Okay? And the last is partnership firm. But remember, the first four have to be registered under their respective law. Under their factory, under Factory Act, society under Society Registration Act, Cooperative Society under the respective act, and body cooperative under the respective act. Are you getting it? But in case of partnership firm, even that is not required. If they are registered under partnership firm or if they are not registered, does not matter. Does not matter. Okay. It is still a specified person. So if any of the 5 persons are there, end of discussion. Even though you are unregistered, you will have to pay tax. Now the question is, sir, how will they pay tax? They are not registered. So they have to compulsorily get registered. Under which section? 24. So even if their turnover is not exceeded, how much? Government says does not matter. You have to register because you have to pay tax under 9.3. 9.3 RCM. So 9.3 has told that you have to pay tax. Then you have to register under section 24, hands down. Don't bloody argue with me. Simple. That is what who says? 24. That even though 20 lakhs is not exceeded, I don't give a damn. 9.3 has told you that you have to pay tax. To pay tax, you have to go to portal. To go to portal, you need to register. So first register, then pay. First register, then pay. First register. But only if you are amongst these people. Are you getting it? Are yes or no? But what if you happen to be individual HUF? What if you happen to be unregistered individual HUF? Yeah, CTP. CTP is casual taxable person. We will talk about this in detail when we do registry. Okay. So the question is, my dear friends, very simple. If the recipient is this, then it will be simply what? Because government considers them weak people. Government considers them as people who cannot do compliances at all, who do not want to do compliances at all. And even if you ask them, they will not be able to do. You just think once, no, I am GT, I have opted for 5%, right? And let's say, for example, okay, Salam, who stays, or Rahul, who stays 16 kilometers away from here, they have to displace themselves from year to year. Okay, let's say, what is this area? West. Jo bhi hai wo. So there is a transporter they hire, for which the transporter charges 100 rupees. Now what is 100 rupees ka 5%? 5 rupees. 5 rupees they will register. They will pay tax. It is so unviable. They might not even know that such kind of tax is what applicable to them. They might not even know that they have to, they are liable to register. And I have always told you that whenever the recipient is who, beta? Individual. Government has refrained from giving any compliance to that person. Got it? So individual ho, HUF ho, या फिर CTP ho, casual taxable person, government has told what? It is simply what, beta? But what if recipient is unregistered but a factory under Factories Act? Society registered under Society Act. Government considers them capable enough to do compliances. So government says that, listen, first you register, then you pay tax. First you register, then you. But when the recipient is amongst these people. Did you get it? Okay guys, yes, okay, chalo revise karo फटाफट से. GST at the rate 5%. Tell me, if the recipient is registered, who is liable to pay tax? Registered recipient. If the recipient is registered, who is liable to pay tax? Registered, because he can do all the compliances. But what if he is registered only for the purpose of TDS? Second, if the recipient is unregistered, but it is factory under Factories Act, it is society under Society Act, cooperative society act, body corporate yani ki company under Companies Act, and the last is partnership firm. Whether it's registered or not registered under Partnership Firm Act does not matter. If it's a partnership firm, they have to compulsorily what? Register. Okay, and also pay tax under what, beta? RCM. Is this very clear? Are yes or no? Very simple. Okay, that's it. And that recipient happens to be an unregistered person, but individual HUF या CTP. Again, it will what be, beta? Is that very clear? Now, tell me, if GTA opts for 12% GST rate, here the tax will be payable as per what? FCM. What do you mean by this? Forward charge mechanism. Forward charge mechanism yani who will pay tax? Yes. 9(1) supplier will pay tax as per FCM. 9(3) recipient will pay tax as per RCM. So now there is a GTA. He is giving service to a recipient. And understand that he will charge GST at the rate 12%. Are you getting it? Yes. In this case, government said GTA will only pay the tax. Are you getting it? GTA will only pay the tax as per FCM. So what will happen? Let's say if it charges 1 lakh rupees freight, GST will be how much? 12,000. Okay, recipient will pay 1,12,000 to GTA. GTA will keep with himself 1 lakh and 12,000 will pay to whom? The tax will be paid as per FCM, forward charge mechanism. Okay, just remember that in this case, if the recipient happens to be who? A registered person, solely deducting TDS. If an unregistered person who is either individual HUF or CTP, then in that case definitely, my dear friends, are you getting it? Whatever position we have learnt earlier will be repeated here. Okay, so this is how it is. Is this clear? So let's see how clear it is. Question 3. Supreme Transport Limited, a GTA, is engaged in providing services of transportation of goods by road. Supreme Transport has not taken registration under GST. Discuss the applicability of RCM on goods transportation service provided by it in the following clients. So now they've already spoken about what? RCM. That means GST, GTA has taken GST at what rate? 5% or 12%? 5%. Because 5% RCM, 12% FCM. 5%, 12%, 5%, 12%. So the recipient happens to be who? Tell me what will happen. Is he a registered person? Second, TCS. As normal supplier of services. Again, what will happen? RCM. Third, he is unregistered, but remember it's a partnership firm. Should register compulsorily under section 24 and pay tax as per RC under 9(3). He is registered as compo taxpayer. Now I have not explained you what compo supplier is, but you know that he is a registered person. Simple. As per. Now forget about this. Just we will cancel this once you get the books. Directly come here. Tell me. Tell me, is he a registered person? Yes, he is GST registered. But is he solely registered for the purpose of? Yes? Are yes or no? Which is why it will be what? Done? So again, before I move, tell me what will be the GTA wala case? 5% and 5% and 5% and what will happen in 5% if recipient is registered? If recipient is registered, RCM. But what if recipient is registered but solely meant for the purpose of TDS? Exempt. Recipient is unregistered. Depends that who is the recipient. Okay. तेरे को भी निकाला था बाहर. This is foundation guy. Okay. Tell me, who is the recipient? Unregistered. But he happens to be who? Factory, society, cooperative society, body corporate. Under their respective law and partnership firm. Whether registered or they have to register. They have to register compulsorily as per section 24 and pay tax as per RC. Okay? But what if that recipient is a individual or HUF? Casual taxable person. But I have not explained you what CTP is. We will do that at a later stage. Okay? Yes. Question number, point number 10. Security service. Now, here the condition is if supplier is other than body corporate. You know who is this guy? Who? ACB Pradyuman. Did you watch CID when you were young? CID. You all watch Sony TV? Sony, Star Plus. You all watch? No? Colors. Sun TV. Which are the channels you all watch? Which? Vijay TV. Okay. Okay. Okay, listen. If supplier is who? Any person other than body corporate. Any person other than? Yani any person other than company. And recipient is who? Any registered person. RCM will apply. Supplier any person other than? Supplier any person other than? Supplier any person other than? Because government thinks what, you know, that if supplier is a body corporate, let's focus on him only and give him the compliance. Because company can do the compliances. But government understands that person other than cannot do. Are you getting it? And if recipient happens to be what? Registered person. Then in that case, please understand what? That if the recipient is registered, RCM. But if recipient is registered other than composition taxpayer and person solely registered to deduct TDS under section 50, tax will be paid as per. Is this very clear? Yes. So composition taxpayer is something you need to know, which we will know in some time. But again, who comes? Person solely registered for the purpose of deducting. Will we ever give him compliance? No. We did not give him compliance there, we will not give him compliance here. There we made it exempt. Here we are not making it exempt. Here we are just saying RCM will not apply. Then what will apply? Are you getting it? Yes? So tell me, in case of security service, my dear friends, if supplier is what? Other than? If recipient is what? Registered, RCM will apply. But if that registered person happens to be who? A compo taxpayer or person who is solely deducting TD, RCM will not apply, because we do not want to give compliance to them, and which is why FCM will apply. Okay, now tell me, in this case, who is liable to pay tax? Mr. Shera or Being Human Limited? Check. Is recipient a registered? Check. Is the supplier other than body corporate? Is this a company, beta? Other than body corporate? Is the recipient a registered person? Yes or no? Who is liable to pay tax? Next, Shera and Associates, a partnership firm. Is it other than body corporate? Is the recipient a registered person, but registered as a compo taxpayer? And compo taxpayer is an exception. So what will happen? RCM or FCM? Under which section? And third, Mr. Shera is providing service to BMC, a local authority, solely registered for deducting TDS. We will give him compliance? No. And fourth, Shera Limited. Shera is giving service to Being Human Limited. Shera Limited supplier is a body corporate. क्या लिखा है यहाँ पे? RCM will apply only if the supplier is. Only if the supplier is. Are you getting it? But what if I tell you supplier is Mr. Shera, recipient is not a registered person? Then RCM will apply. RCM will apply only when we understand that the person can make compliances, and only a registered person can make compliances. Okay, we will not ask an unregistered person to specifically make compliances. Okay, specifically when he is an individual. Okay, so आज in this case, please remember, in this case is this very clear, guys? Did you get it? Again, tell me what will happen in security service. Supplier is and recipient is other than compo taxpayer and person solely deducting TDS. Is that very clear? Acha, in this 11th case, overseeing committee is providing service to RBI. Again, in overseeing committee there are a lot of individual members, right? So rather than asking them, government said rather RBI, you only pay the tax as per what? RCA. Is that very clear? These three we will do with exemption chapter, guys. Now we are directly heading to renting of motor vehicle for transportation of passenger service. Today is which day? ठंडी लग रहा है क्या? फीलिंग कोल्ड? So it's creating on the fan, no? Raja, Maharaja, Yamini, Kashish, Kumuta Priya, are you all following up, guys? Well, I've got used to now to this online teaching. Are you all used to now online teaching now? Online teaching, not come. But even if it is on Zoom live, huh? Long duration. Any work? This RCM का soft copy is given to you, no? Half? हाँ तो उसमें पूरा ही है भाई. हाँ तो it has all the services. 5 pages नहीं. Yeah, because it is reduced into that. Okay, guys. Aja. Now, the next is, my dear friends, come on. Renting of motor vehicle service for transportation of passengers. Okay. Now, one thing you need to here completely focus on is, again, just like GTA, here also you will have two rates. GST at the rate 5%, GST at the rate 12%. Got it? What is there in 5? What is there in 12? Let's try and understand. So here it says, if the supplier is other than body corporate, which clearly happened in security service, and if recipient is a, right, body corporate means what? Company. And remember, when I say body corporate, that does not mean that he is a registered person. Body corporate is a body corporate, registered person is a registered person. Registered person includes individual also. Can an individual be registered? Yes. Can I as a CA make more than 20 lakhs a year? Arre, that is the exact reason why you become CA, no beta? Are you getting it? Right? So, definitely this can happen, my dear friends. Okay? So, an individual, HUF, company, partnership firm, anyone can be a registered person if they happen to what? Cross 20 lakhs. Are you getting it? Please remember, when it is used registered person and when the nomenclature is body corporate. So here they are only talking about what? Supplier is any person other than, and recipient is a. If this happens and GST happens to be at what rate? 5%. And the consideration includes cost of, and then remember, in this case RCM will apply. And who will pay tax? So all you need to remember is that supplier कौन है? Any person other than, recipient is a, and the consideration includes cost of fuel. Then who will pay tax? Body corporate. But if these conditions are not satisfied, then what will happen? Then government said simple, okay, GST भले ही 5% हो, but if these conditions are not satisfied, RCM will not apply. Instead, what will apply? Okay. Now my question is that, do you understand here what will happen? There is a supplier, there is a recipient. Now supplier will charge rent, let's say 1 lakh. GST will be how much? 5,000. Now, to give this service, this person has supplied this service, right? What service? Renting of motor vehicle service, meant for transportation of passengers. So basically, what kind of vehicle is he renting? Passenger vehicle and not goods vehicle. Listen, I am giving you a motor vehicle on rent. Now, that motor vehicle can be either a goods vehicle or a passenger vehicle. Passenger vehicle is normal, any car for that matter. I have given you on rent. Why have I given you on rent? Because you want it, yeah, you don't have your own car, so you're taking it on rent. You want to go out somewhere for a few days, You don't have car, you take it on rent. Zoom cars का concept नहीं पता है क्या? Zoom cars, you know Zoom cars? You know what is Zoom cars? You can actually take the car on, use it for some days and give it back to them. Right? That is the case. Now the issue with this is, if you are charging 5% GST, you happen to get ITC of all those expenses that you do for the purpose of business. So for example, if there are any spare parts that I have purchased, if there is any repairing and maintenance service I have done, if there is any motor vehicle that I have purchased, if I will have motor vehicle only, then I will be able to give it on rent, no? So in all of this, will I pay GST? These people will pay GST, no? What? No. These people will charge me GST or not? What is my job? To give my car on rent and earn money. And will I charge GST to my customers? Yes. But to give this service, have I procured any service and goods? Yes or no? I must have bought some spare parts. I must have taken some repairs and maintenance service. I must have bought the vehicle itself. The Tata Motors will charge me GST, no? So here they have charged me GST how much? Let's say including all those expenses, the GST is how much? So do you realize my input GST is more than my output GST? This is my input tax. This is my whatever I purchase is my, whatever I sell is what I charge is output tax. Are you getting it? So now do you realize that here my input tax is more than my output tax? And what is the reason? The reason is very simple. My output tax is subject to GST at the rate. My input tax is GST at the rate. So obviously here what will happen? I will not land up paying anything. Because what is the amount that has gone from my pocket? What is the amount that I am charging to my customer? Getting it? So ideally what used to happen, you know, this amount was, let's say, 30K. So while I was purchasing, what is the amount that went from my pocket? 18. While I sold goods, what is the amount that came in my pocket? 30. Out of 30, I would keep with myself how much? And then give to government how much? 1200. 12,000. How much? But here, what if thing like this happens? That how much is the amount that has gone from my pocket? How much is the amount that is coming in my pocket? Have I recovered the entire 30,000? I have only recovered how much? So in this case, I will not pay anything. I will play only on those amount where my output is more than my. If my input is more than my output, then simple सी बात है, क्या हो जाएगा बेटा? I will not pay any. In fact, you won't believe what will happen. This is the amount I am still liable to recover from the customer. So I will carry it forward in the next month. And in next month I will sell something. In that case, let's say I charge So I will out of that not pay 12 and only pay to government how much? 30. Sorry, 3,000. Yes, it will add up. In case he has it. Which is why what will happen is, my dear friends, always the input will be more than output. When my GST rate at input is 18% and this is at always my input tax will be more than my, and which is why what will happen, my dear friends? Government said ITC will not be allowed. So here I don't have to receive something from government, I only have to pay. Remember, my dear friends, okay, whenever I purchase goods 1,18,000, I sell it for 2,36,000. 18,000 being GST, 36,000 being GST. Please try and understand one thing, my dear friends. What is that? What is that? Tell me. Friends, try and understand. This is the amount that has gone from my pocket, and this is the amount that is going to come in my pocket. I have to pay 18,000 to government. Are you hearing it? So this is the amount I receive from government. This is the amount I am going to. So what is the net that I am going to pay? 80. Why am I going to receive this? Because I am not going to receive credit. What will happen is I will record my cost as 1,18,000 instead of 1 lakh. And if I record my cost as 1 lakh instead of 1 lakh, cascading will happen. How? Because then instead of writing my cost as 1 lakh, I will write how much? I will add profit to that, selling price. Selling price will have 18,000. Again, I will charge some tax on that, and that will lead to cascading. Which is why government said this is the credit that you will receive from me, 18,000. And this is the amount that you collect from the customer, you have to pay it to me. So you have to pay me 36, you have to collect from me 18. You have to pay me 36, you have to collect from me. So you have to net pay how much? Remember. So which is why government said that, listen, when you are a supplier and when you are charging GST at the rate, it's a very low rate, and which is why I am not going to give you ITC of anything. All you have to do is just collect and pay, collect and pay, collect and pay, collect and pay. Why? Because if I allow you ITC, the consequence will always be in that case that there will be no payable amount. Why? Because my input will always be more than my output. So government said that situation will never arise because I am disallowing you what? ITC of everything. So if you purchase any inputs, capital goods or input service, you will not get ITC of anything. What is input? Let's say spare parts. What is input service? Repairs and maintenance service. What is capital goods for this person? The motor vehicle himself. So if you purchase anything and the opposite person charges you GST, you will never get the ITC of the. Remember this. You will never get ITC of the except one. And what is that? ITC on renting of motor vehicle service shall be. Are you getting it? Yani ki if you are basically giving what? Renting service, and you are also procuring what? you can get ITC of that, but not of anything else. So you tell me one thing, whenever the supplier is going to charge GST, यानी कि यहाँ पे FCM आ जाएगा, will this guy ever get any ITC? Except one. What? Renting of motor vehicle service. Okay. So here we concluded certain things. What did we conclude first? If GST is at the rate 5%, supplier is who? Other than recipient is, and fuel includes, and consideration includes cost of fuel, RCM will apply, barabar. But if supplier is also a body corporate, recipient is also a, and GST is at the rate, what will happen? FCM will apply. But in this case, this body corporate who is going to charge GST will also not get ITC. This is very clear. Will also not get except one. So whatever service you are giving, you actually land up taking it. You will not get the ITC. Got it? And the last is GST at the rate 12%. So again, FCM, who will pay tax? Supplier. And you will get ITC of everything. Why? Because here the rate is not small, it is big. So there will be big output tax liability. So here ideally what will happen is, if this is a body corporate, 12,000 is what you charge. Whatever you've purchased, you will get ITC of the same. Because government thinks that GST at the rate 12% is a good rate, and output tax liability will definitely here be more than ITC, and which is why, my dear friends, government has allowed ITC for all the same. Okay, so when it is 12%, you will get ITC of all, but when it is 5%, you will not get ITC of anything except one. Is that very clear? Let's check. You do one thing, you write down heading, renting of motor vehicle service. Renting of motor vehicle service meant for transportation of passengers. Meant for transportation of, correct? That first point you will write. Supplier is other than body corporate, any person other than body corporate. Recipient, body corporate. But remember here, the consideration that is charged includes cost of in this case who will pay tax? Body corporate will pay tax as per RCA. देखो फिर नीचे, but if and here what is the GST rate by the way? लिखो लिखो इसके नीचे, if any of the above conditions are not satisfied, FCM shall apply. So in this case what will happen? Let's say for example body corporate is providing service to body corporate. Here and here you will not get ITC for the same. See what happened? Tell me no. Got it? Except and next GST is at the rate, then supplier can be anyone, recipient can be anyone, but supplier will pay tax. As per inputs तीनों का आपको मिल जाएगा क्या? चलो, Mr. RV runs a car rental business and has supplied rental service amounting to 10 lakhs where consideration includes cost of fuel. Mr. RV procured the following items. स्पेयर पार्ट है, कैपिटल गुड्स है, कार रिपेयरिंग है, रेंटिंग है, पेट्रोल है. ठीक है. Now you tell me if Mr. RV is the supplier and YRF Limited is the receiver and GST is 5%, who will pay tax? Is supplier other than body corporate? Yes or no? Is recipient a body corporate? Is it subject to 5%? क्या आ जाएगा? Second, Mr. RV and Mr. KS is supplier other than body corporate? Is recipient a body corporate? Is GST 5%? Which section? तो आउटपुट टैक्स क्या होगा? Tell me, what is the sales of RV? What is the rate? Available except one. Has he taken that service? Next, RV is the supplier, solely limited is the recipient. Will he get ITC of everything? Spare parts, yes. Capital goods, yes. Repairing service, yes. Renting, yes. Petrol, no, idiot, because it is excise duty. Arey, you will never get ITC of excise duty now. You will get ITC of only GST because your output is also whatever it is. Okay. Huh? For washroom? Water, water. Sir, water, water. I want. Yeah, Baba. They will all. Let's start. चलो क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 फटाफट से आ जाओ. And it's completely fine. Use your phones. Do you have any WhatsApp group? Sir,
बात किया
आधा बुक प्रिंटिंग कर आपको. लिख देता सर, और वो पीडीएफ शेयर ही कर दो इनके साथ पूरा का पूरा। बोल दिया मैंने उसको। ओके गाइस, लेट्स डू क्वेश्चन नंबर 1। आ जाओ फटाफट से। Measures all in one, a partnership firm concern and a registered supplier under GST is engaged in providing various services under one roof. तो supplier क्या है बेटा? Who is the supplier? All in one, a partnership concern. Correct? Supplier is all in one, a partnership. Recipient कौन है? So they will keep changing. Now you focus on the recipient. You are completely aware about who the supplier is and what the status is. You focus on the recipient. Provided direct selling agent service to Y Bank. Y Bank or all in one. DSA service है हाँ? Who will pay tax? Remember all in one, if there is a DSA service and the supplier is other than body corporate या फिर partnership firm, who will pay tax? Because it's other than. So if it is a partnership firm, will be okay. Security service to ABC Private Limited, registered person. Tell me. Security service, if you remember, any person other than, and recipient is a registered person. Recipient is a, so it will be what beta? RCA. What will happen here? Yes, because recipient has to be a registered. If recipient is an unregistered person, RCM cannot be applied. Fourth, provided renting of motor vehicle service to Amaze Tours. It included cost of fuel, और नीचे यहाँ पे देखो आप, %5 है. Do you realize supplier is other than body corporate? Recipient is Amaze Tours. Recipient is a body corporate. What will apply? Simple है. Supplier is other than body corporate. Recipient is a body corporate. GST is 5%. What will apply beta? Fifth, is recipient a body corporate? Beta, partnership firm and core does not mean it's a firm. A firm is always a partnership firm. or a sole proprietor. So is recipient a body corporate? No. So what will apply? And last वाला आपको नहीं आता because I have not done that. So if I ask you to write down security service, can you write down security service? Write down security service heading. Put down the heading security service. Who will be the supplier? Any person other than body corporate. Any person other than body corporate. Recipient, registered person. So in this case, what will apply? But the same recipient, the registered person, who is what? Registered person who is a combo taxpayer or person solely deducting TDS. Under section 50, then in this case, दोस्तों, what will apply? This case will RCM apply. This case what will apply? This case, okay, supplier will pay that. Okay. Okay, now tell me what will happen in question number 2. Who is the recipient? Will RCM apply? RCM will apply. Second, it will be FCM. Because recipient is a combo taxpayer. अच्छा ये वाला रहने दो लास्ट. Again RCM will not apply. Did you get it, guys? Perfect. Okay, done. That's it. Hello. Sir, sit down, friends. Friends, listen. Friends, do you all understand what ITC is? Yes. What is ITC? ITC का full form? And output tax का full form? Output tax. Okay. So, just want to tell you guys. Do you know the classic way in which you can actually use GST in your day-to-day life? I'll tell you something. Listen. In GST, beta, if you are a registered person, no, you will get ITC of all those expenses that you are incurring for business. You will get credit of that. So government will give you that money, right? But the only option and only condition is that you have to charge what? Output. So you will get ITC if you charge output tax. You will get ITC if you charge. So so did anyone recently buy a phone? No. Let's say recently what was launched? iPhone 14 was launched. Are you all aware about it? Yes. Now the thing is, you know what? That if you will go to buy, you are an unregistered person. If you will go to buy iPhone, the iPhone company will charge you 1 lakh plus GST at the rate 18%, 18,000. So that will make it to how much? 1 lakh. For you, the cost will also be 1 lakh 18. Because you are what? But when it comes to me, who am I? I am a registered person. I am a correct. And I can easily justify that I am using this phone for the purpose of my business. Right? So iPhone will charge me also 1 lakh 18,000. But for me the cost will be 1 lakh. Why? Because I will charge GST to whomever fees I am charging. So let's say I am charging 2 lakh rupees to a student. GST is how much? Are you getting it? So what will happen? Do you realize that this is the amount I have paid? 18,000 is the amount that I have paid. Yes? And I have charged my customer how much? So will I pay the entire 36,000 to government? Out of 36 I will keep with myself how much? And give to government how much? Do you realize? So I have kept with myself 18,000. And which is why, simple, the money that went from my pocket 18,000, Out of 36, I have kept that with myself. And remaining, I have given it to government. So do you realize I clearly recovered this amount? Are yes or no? Yes. Because I did not directly collect 36 and gave 36 to government. I kept with myself the tax amount also. Ideally, I kept with myself selling price. But here I have kept with myself the tax amount also, and which is why my cost now happens to be how much? Are you getting it? Did you get this? So you know what? Next time you ever want to buy any expensive item, okay, like an electronic item or something like that, laptop or phone or anything of that sort, ask your dad, in case he is doing any business, that is he a registered person or not? Is anyone of your father is a businessman? Are they doing business? No? Okay. So ask. If not him, then your relative, then your friend's dad or Sheikh sir. Do you have a registered? If they have, then what do generally people do? I'll tell you. How do they evade tax? They will say, okay sir, do one thing. Okay, please buy this iPhone for me. Sir will say, why will I buy phone? Say, don't worry, I am coming with you. I have 1 lakh cash with you. You just do one thing. You pay with your credit card, 1,18,000. Right? So now the asset is bought in the name of whose? Sheikh sir. Is Sheikh sir registered? Yes. Does he have a lot of students? Can he charge GST to them? Can he recover this ITC? So for him, the cost of goods will be how much? You give him 1 lakh and take that iPhone. You give him 1 lakh in cash and take that iPhone. Sir, why did we do this? Because if you go to buy iPhone, it will cost you 1 lakh. But if Sheikh sir goes, it will cost him. Are you getting it? Because he can claim ITC. You cannot. Why can he claim ITC? Because he is registered and is capable of charging GST. Why cannot you claim ITC? Because you all are unregistered. Did you all understand the math? Are yes or no? Who kahan tha? Where were you? Huh? Where were you, Balaji? You did? Acha, okay. What? So GST लगेगा ही नहीं ना? There is no point of input. Got it? Did you understand? Please do this. Save your money from now. So whenever you are going to buy anything, in fact, is there Chroma in Chennai? For that matter, any big electronic shop, you go. Yesterday only I went to this iPlanet. Yes. Are you aware? iPlanet I went to buy that charger. I told him I want GST credit. So that person gave me GST bill. Are you getting it? He gave me GST bill. So he recorded my GST IN because I am a registered person. So he recorded my GST IN and he gave me a GST bill. Now what will happen? when he will file the return, he will state that he has charged GST to me this much. And he will quote my GST number. As soon as he will quote my GST number, I will find an entry in my portal stating that you purchased something from iPlanet. So this is the amount of credit that you get. So they will show liability, I will show credit. They will show, because they collected from me, no? Now they have to pay. So they will show liability and I will show credit, yani I will show asset. So they will show in outward supply, I will show in. They will show in output tax, I will show in. Are you getting it? And I can easily get the IT. Okay? So guys, this is what I wanted to tell you all. Please understand. GST is a tax which is played on day-to-day basis. It's very important that you all understand it very properly. So that what happens is, future whenever transactions you make, you save money because now you are aware about the things. Are you getting it? Yes? So I'll follow Finance with Sharan. Instagram, Madan Gauri. Madan Gauri I'll follow. The big star here. In Chennai or what? Huh? He's from Madurai. Madurai is the name of someone, no? Acha, it is a city. You said Madurai, I guess. Yesterday. It is not subject to. I don't need. I get professional. Got it? Okay. Yeah, okay. So registered person is any person who supplies goods or services which is more than 20 lakh. Did you get it? Except salaried person, and which you will understand with time why salaried person are outside of G. Okay. Do you also want to know the journal entry of it? So if you purchase anything that is costing 1 lakh plus GST at the rate 18%, and यहाँ पे आउटपुट टैक्स कितना है? Correct? So in this case, my dear friends, what will be the entry here? Purchase account debit. कैश परचेज का एंट्री क्या होगा? बराबर. Why is this ITC debited? Because this purchase might be an expense, but this is definitely an asset, because this is the money you are going to receive from government, no? which is why in cost sheet you will never write the amount 1,18,000, you will only like how much? Because if you write 1,18,000, again what will start happening? Cascading. Are yes or no? 1320, 1200, remember? Correct? So what happened here? This is asset. So debit what comes in? Sales. Credit what goes out? Credit all incomes and gains. Sales है ना? Credit all incomes and gains, no? Nominal account पे. And last is GST payable 36,000. This is a liability. Supposed to pay to the government, no? Did you get it? Yeah, Hari? What happened? Did you understand the entry? Pakka? Why have I credited that? To government. Will pay 18, but I am liable to pay how much? 36, no? I am using ITC to pay that. So what will be that entry? Payment entry? $36. Samjha? And this cash, is it going from my own pocket? Arey idiot, I have already collected 36,000 from the customer, no? From that only I am giving. I have not paid anything from my own pocket. I have already received that much cash from whom? Are you getting it? I have already received that much cash from the receipt. Then nothing. Beta, GST will apply only when you sell. So only when you sell you can charge. Only when you can charge you can recover your ITC. Which is why consumer never gets ITC, because he never sells. Huh? I will not sell the phone. I am selling my services, no? Listen, guys. Guys, listen up. You are not required to sell everything you buy. All you need to justify is what? Is that a business expense? Bus. Then I will get the ITC. These benches, the carpenter must have charged me GST. Am I going to sell this bench? This AC, am I going to sell this AC? All of this, the rent of these premises, the benches, the projector, the camera, the pad, the AC, the fan, everyone has charged me GST. And I will get ITC of everything, because it is a business expense that I am using for giving my service. Which is why you will get ITC of everything. Input, service and capital. You only have to do what? Ensure that it is in the course of business. So whatever you are purchasing, it should help you sell something. Not the same thing. Something. Samjha? So if I have infrastructure, only then student will come. Only then I can teach. Only then I can charge coaching fees. Are you getting it? So you can get ITC of all those expenses. Are you getting it? So even if I had bought phone, I'm not going to sell it. I just have to prove that it is in the course or furtherance of my. So if you want ITC, all you have to prove is that it is in the course or furtherance of. For that, you don't have to prove someone. Only when you are asked, you have to prove. Only if there is scrutiny or there is investigation. Otherwise, it is implied. For a classroom, it is implied that benches are what in the course of business. It is implied that AC is in the course of business. Are you getting it? So the only condition you require is what? That you just make sure that it is used in the course of business. Are you getting it? And the example that I told you all in the books of accounts, actually that is a phone of Sheikh sir. It is not your phone. It is the phone of, that is an understanding between you and Sheikh sir, that he has given you the phone and you have given him 1 lakh cash. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? In the books of account, it is showed that it is his phone and he has incurred that phone ka amount for his business. Tomorrow, you can't. That is the reason why you have to trust him. Yeah. Example only I am telling. Because you don't have the bill in your name. That's the risk you take to save 18,000. So otherwise, not possible. Only when it's a business expense can you claim the ITC. Otherwise, it's not possible. Are you getting it? Got it? Okay. How you can claim as in? So you have to basically, there is a GST portal, right? How I am claiming. So the academy for whom I work, I am charging professional fees plus GST. I charge GST to them. I charge GST to them. So every month I get some amount, I charge GST to. Huh? Correct. So when I bill them every month, okay, I have to actually send an invoice and I have to charge them GST, and they give me my professional fees plus GST. Got it? That you figure out. Okay. That's the way you actually calculate person's income. These are the hacks. So you ask him. First you ask him, sir, do you have GST number? If he says yes, there is a good chance that his income is more than. Then you ask him another question. What? That, sir, are you subject to GST audit? And if he says yes, then his income is more than 2 crores. Okay. And then I refrain to answer that question. And third, if you ask them, sir, are you supposed to generate e-invoice? Then his then his supplies is more than 10 crore. Are you getting it? So these are few threshold limits which if you know, you can easily determine what is the income of that person. At least tentatively you have an idea. Are you getting it? Okay. So I'll tell you my experience when I was doing this bride hunting. I was searching for a bride, no? Right? So in that case, if I know that the opposite person is also a CA, right? So I will ask that person that are you subject to GST limit? So that happened, you know. So females generally ask, no, because they generally come to in Indian culture, the females come to the male's house. I don't know about South Indians. ऐसा है? Really? Males go to female's house? Even here, no? No, but I've heard in South India there is also something. क्या? हाँ? हाँ? House husband? Really? As in what? They have to then really? And the female will go and earn. Hey! Shut up, what? But there is still a concept like. And which community does this happen most of the time? But you all are aware about people around you that have done something like this? Movies. Okay. Nice. Okay. But okay, there was this movie, Key and Ka. You watch all Hindi movies. Okay, listen up now. Okay, is this very clear? Did you all get it? That only a registered person will get, unregistered person will never get IT. Okay. Now, did you all understand why? I want to ask you one question. A GTA or that renting wala guy, right? Why will someone go with 5 and why will someone go with 12? If you remember, in GTA and renting both we are 5 and 12%, right? There is a reason. Yes. What? एग्जाम तो कहीं पे भी नहीं, जीटीए में है. हाँ, क्या क्या क्या? So yes. So for example, if there is a GTA, he takes 5%. Do you understand one thing? That here either the outcome is that the service will be taxable and it will be taxable as per. So will supplier charge GST? Supplier charge GST? या तो the service will be what? Exempt. So in both the cases, will GTA able to charge GST? Will GTA be able to charge GST? Because in one case the tax is payable as per RCM. Yani who will pay tax? Recipient directly to government. Are yesterday I showed it no? Beta, for claiming ITC you need to charge ITC. For claiming ITC you need to GST. And so charge. You need to charge to claim. Are you able to charge GST here? So why you are not able to charge GST in RCM? Why you not able to charge GST in RCM? Because recipient is paying, no? इधर supplier. When will supplier say 1 lakh plus GST? When tax is payable as per FCM or RCM? Why FCM? Because if government is asking supplier to pay tax, supplier will shift that burden to recipient, no? But will the supplier shift the burden of GST to recipient if recipient is supposed to pay tax? What? Because if he will charge tax, he will collect tax. He will collect tax, he will have to pay tax, but he is not supposed to pay tax. Who is supposed to pay tax? Then why will he collect tax? Are you getting it? And which is why he will not get ITC. Listen one thing. Please remember one thing, कि supplier अगर unregistered हुआ, tell me one thing, if supplier is unregistered, can he charge GST? So will he get ITC? अच्छा. A registered person, now listen, registered person नहीं, a supplier for that matter. If the tax is payable as per RCM, supplier will charge GST or not charge GST? Why? Because recipient will directly pay to government, yaar. Are you getting it? So here he will charge GST. Just like unregistered person can't charge GST, can this person charge GST? Can this person charge GST? So will he get ITC? Achha. If I am purchasing cloth or I am selling shirt, can this happen? How? If I am a manufacturer, I am purchasing cloth but I am selling, right? What if I say shirt is exempt? What if I say shirt is exempt? Can you charge GST? Can I take ITC? I can take ITC only in one case, where you are purchasing goods or service which are taxable and you are also charging goods or service which are, only then there will be input GST and output GST. Only then there will be 120 and 144. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Only then 120 has gone from my pocket, 144 will come in my pocket. I will keep with myself how much? 120 and go give it to government how much? But out of 144, how much will I keep with myself? 120 or 24? 120 or 24? Idiot, 120 only, not 24. How much amount did my pocket got emptied with? So how much amount will I recover? Well, out of 144, I will keep with myself how much and give to government how much? Simple. Did you get it? That's it. So the question is, when a GTA opts for GST at the rate 5%, do you think he will ever get ITC? No. Because either its outcome is exempt or either its outcome is RCM. And here, if the GTA opts for what? Will he get ITC? Yes. Because here tax will be payable as per and he can charge GST. Are you getting it? So now, if I am a GTA who has 15-20 trucks, do you think he has made big purchases? Do you think he will have big input tax? Are yes or no? So do you think he will need ITC? So he will go with 12% rate. So that to avail ITC, I have to charge GST. So I will go ahead with 12%. But if I am a chota transporter, I have only one small tempo I have. Have I incurred a big expense? My ITC is very meager. Are you getting it? In that case, I will rather opt for not taking ITC, make it as my cost. I don't give a damn about it. And I will go ahead with what? 5%. Because I want to do no compliances. You realize that here this person will never do any compliance. Why? Will he get ITC? Will he charge GST? So he is not supposed to pay to a government anything. He is not supposed to collect anything from the government. Then why will he register himself? Is he supposed to pay anything? No. Because RCM ho jayega. Is he supposed to collect anything? No. Because there is no ITC. Then he will always be what? Are you getting it, guys? Yes? So a small GTA will obviously go for what? 5%. But a big GTA will go for how much? That's the reason. Acha, just like this, remember the author and publisher, if you remember, yes, author has, so out of all the three guys, here, it's only the author who has the option to opt for FCM. He can actually opt for what? Yes, forward charge mechanism. All he has to do is take registration under CGST Act and file a declaration to jurisdictional commissioner that I want to opt for what? Forward charge mechanism under section 9(1). And once he has applied for the same, the option will have to be exercised, kept exercising for at least 1 year. Only after 1 year he can change his mind. So if he has opted for FCM on 1/4/2000, let's say 22, he has to continue it till 1/4/2020. Are you getting it? That's it. Got it? Okay. So all I want to tell you all, my dear friends, is what? That only that person who requires ITC will go for FCM or RCM. FCM or RCM, because in FCM he will be in a position to, and only when you can charge GST you can get, only when you can charge you can get, only when you can charge GST you can get, only when you can charge you can get, only when you can charge you can get, only when you can charge you can get, you can get, only when you charge you can get, only when you charge. Did you get it? Can you charge GST? Because you are unregistered person. You are unregistered person. अच्छा, last two things, my dear friends. ये टाइम पास आ जाए फटाफट. लैंडलॉर्ड है, वो ट्रांसफर कर रहा है क्या डेवलपमेंट राइट्स या फिर क्या है FSI, फ्लोर स्पेस इंडेक्स फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ अ प्रोजेक्ट, वेयर रिसिपेंट इज हु? प्रमोटर. प्रमोटर यानी कि क्या? बिल्डर. हाँ, RCM है ना ये, लास्ट पेज. बेस्ट. अच्छा, वेस्ट इन पश्चिम. वाई? पश्चिम मामला क्या है वो? तो आम कहां से? मामला मीन्स मैंगो. ओके, पश्चिम आम. दिस एरिया इज पश्चिम आम, no? Okay. So if you want, if a builder wants, my dear friends, what? A land where he wants to build building. So what will happen, my dear friends? Okay, very simple. He will talk to the landowner that, listen, okay, I want to build building on this land. So landowner will say, okay, I will transfer you development rights, or FSI. FSI is floor space index for construction of project, right? I will transfer you this, and once you get this right, you can build a building. Builder will have to pay tax as per RCM, because builder in this case is the recipient and supplier is the land owner. Second, again the supplier is the landowner, recipient is again a builder, but here instead of transferring development rights, they are giving it on long term lease of at least 30 years or more. Long term lease. So leasing is also a service, and which is why here who will pay tax? Again the promoter, that is the builder, under what? RCA. Okay, that's it. So in both the cases where the landowner is either transferring development rights, FSI, or long term lease, builder will only pay tax as per RC, as simple. So he is not selling land, no. He is giving it on bhada. He is giving it on rent, no. So renting is a service. Selling land is immovable property. But he is selling land. He is giving it on transfer of development rights, or FSI. Is basically what happens is that there is a certain area. For example, if the area of land is, let's say, 100 meters, so it depends upon the state that they actually allow. So if I have a breadth of 100 meters, let's say I can build building in height, let's say 500 meters. Are you getting it? That is what you call FSI. So that is the area that you can build the building. Floor space index. Okay, that's it, my dear friend. Okay, so that is where, okay, we end what, beta? RCM. Okay. आ जाओ, सप्लाई पे आ जाओ, नया चैप्टर. You guys had mobile, no? So you are not watching the lecture, idiot. You what? Who? It is broadcasted on YouTube, no, idiot. Oh, okay. That's the exact reason why you were asked to go outside. Hey, y'all are from Chennai only, or what? Raja, Kumuta Priya, Yamini, Maharaja and Spurti. Y'all are from Chennai only?
Yes, sir.
Where Chennai? Then why don't you all attend offline lectures? Huh? Really? GST. Good. Then why? From where do you come? How many kilometers? But you come from metro only, no? Local train. Local train is what little cheap. Then metro is blue line, red line is also, green line is also different. Rates are different. Why? So you come from really far, like 25-30 kilometers. So what time do you leave home? You leave. You leave home. So what time do you wake up? So what time do you sleep? 10 o'clock. Good, yeah. Stop cracking jokes in Tamil. Huh? I am feeling left out. He just comes like this. Okay. Okay, listen up now. Now we are doing the most important chapter dosto in GST, and that is supply. Supply is nothing else but what, my dear friends? Taxable event of what is it? Supply. What is it, beta? Okay. So if you do supply, GST will apply. If you do supply, GST will. Okay. Now, to understand what is supply, Kadhe, donkey. Pythium. Pythium. So your email ID is Pythium Divya, Crazy Divya. And how does everyone know your email ID? Pythium. Okay. Now, listen up. Section 7, my dear friends, is what basically going to talk about what? Supply is, my dear friends, divided into two parts, 7.1 and 7.2. 7.1 talks about what is a supply. And 7.2 talks about what is? So 7.1 is what is supply, 7.2 is what is not a supply. What is 7.1a? Classification. Classification of goods or service. Okay. So right now we will understand only first 7.1. What is okay? In 7.1 there are three parts, 7.1a, 7.1b. Repeat करो बेटा, 7.1a, 7.1b, 7.1c. बोलो 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 7.1a. What is 7.1a? Let's do, my dear friends. 7.1a talks about what, my dear friends? Come on. Chalo, फटाफट से. All forms of supply of goods or service such as sale, transfer, barter, lease, exchange, license, rental, disposal, but frankly you don't need to remember all of this, so don't worry. All you need to remember is supply of goods or made or agreed to be made for a in the course or furtherance of a business. So दोस्तों आज my dear friends I will GST का full form. What is full form? So it is a tax on goods and rather it's a tax on supply of goods and service. So you are basically supplying what? Goods and service. And anyone who is supplying goods or service, will he do it for free, beta? He will only do it for and he will do it in the course or furtherance of. So if three conditions are satisfied, 7.1a will apply and trigger the taxable event and you are subject to GST. Tell me what is the condition? All forms of supply of goods or for in the course or furtherance of. Now tell me, my dear friend, the first thing that you need to know is what is goods. What is a second thing that you need to know is what is a service.
then a consideration, and then what is a business? Ayya chatur nar badi hosiyar. Okay. Now. Hey, what do you come every time and go? You go. What do you want? You book, you forget books sometimes and tiffin sometimes. Why are you here, beta? Why are you out? You should be here only. Okay. Come on, friends, come on. Oh, come on, friends. Now, what is goods? What is goods? Is goods a movable property? Yes. It does not include money and security, but it includes actionable claims. Remember, beta, in SOGA, it also excludes actionable claims, but in GST, it includes actionable claims. What is the reason of that, beta? Very simple. Actionable claims, a classic example is betting, gambling, lottery. Bolo, 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 bolo. Betting, gambling, lottery. Bolo, 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 bolo. Betting, gambling, lottery. Now, my dear friends, tell me, betting, gambling, lottery पे कौन सा टैक्स लगता था? betting, gambling, lottery पे लगता था लॉटरी टैक्स, लगता था जीएसटी के पहले, जीएसटी में सब्स्यूम हो गया लॉटरी टैक्स, सब्स्यूम हो गया. So now what will be levied on betting, gambling, lottery? GST. Before what was levied? Lottery tax. Now what is levied? GST. Before what was levied? Lottery tax. Now what is levied? To levy GST, to levy, you either had to make goods or service. You either had to make lottery a goods or service. Only then you can levy GST. So government decided to make lottery as goods. Kya beta as? Goods. Are you getting it? Because you can touch it. You can? Can you touch service, beta? Service is abstract. Okay. Okay. Just a second. Oi! Listen up now. Listen up. Anything that is a movable property does not include money and, but includes this is called what, beta? Goods. Acha, it also includes what? Growing crops, grass, things attached to land which are severed, which are agreed to be severed before supply, under contract of supply. Right? So if you can chop it and sell it, it is goods. Did you understand the logic of why actionable claim is here? Because we need to apply GST on it, and you had to include either in goods or, so government has included it in goods. Is that very clear? That's it. Next, there is a clarification. Okay, clarification in relation to what? Priority lender certificates. Priority lender? Yes, priority sector lending. This government blatantly said what? Very simple. That just like share securities. Do you understand share securities? Share certificates. Share certificates, is it a part of securities? Yes. Is it goods? No. Because money and securities are excluded from the definition of goods. So is share certificate securities? Yes. So is it goods? No. Now the clarification was PSLC. Priority sector lending certificates. So here also the word certificate came into picture. The question was, is it a security? Yes or no? Yes. Answer is no. Which is what RBI said. That this is not, and since this is not securities, but it is definitely what movable in nature, it will be considered as what, beta? Goods. And which is why when I say PSLC is goods, it will be subject to what? Are you getting it, my dear friends? Got it? So the only clarification that you will write is PSLC is equals to what, beta? And thereby it will be subject to what? Yes, subject to G. Okay. But now what are we doing? Very simple. We are now understanding what is a service. What is a? The service is anything other than goods, money and security. So now it also includes activities in relation to beta use of money for a separate. So for example, I will give Crazy Divya 20 lakhs. How much? But I am also Bania. I am also, you understand, Bania community, business community. So I will say that, listen Divya, student and teacher, we are in the class. Outside the class, I am a professional person. I will give you 20 lakhs, but only with an interest of 20% per annum. Do you get it? So now she will give me 20 lakhs plus how much? 4 lakhs. How much? How much? Do you get it? So now what is the thing? I gave her 20 lakhs. She gives me 20 lakhs. I gave her 20 lakhs. She gives me. No, listen. She will give me 24. But one part is definitely 20. So that is transaction in money. That is transaction in give and take of money. And is money goods? Is money service? So आज in that case this 20 lakhs is neither goods nor and thereby is not subject to GST. And thereby not subject to GST because, listen up, just a second. Huh? This is principal, this is money. And then you write down. And in case of 4 lakhs interest, what will happen? It will be considered as what, beta? Service. But government has specifically made an exemption to this. It could have been definitely subject to GST, but government has specifically notified it as exempt. Reason I'll tell you. First write down. Written. The reason is very simple, my dear friends, because Today you understand that bank only does not give loan. I also can give loan to bank. How? By fixing a deposit. So if I have done a fixed deposit of 1 crore, do you realize I have given loan to bank? And bank is giving me interest of 5%. Yes or no? So in this case, government did not want that all the persons like me should also get registered and start paying GST and charge GST. Government did not want so many compliances. So government said that always in case of lending of money, if you are charging a consideration in the form of, then that interest will always be. So here the entire 24 lakhs will not be subject to GST. 20 lakhs तो possible ही नहीं है, because वो ना ही goods है ना ही service, and 4 lakhs is a service, but it's definitely what, my dear friends? Next is when you are converting cash from one denomination to, what do you mean by that? For example, okay, if I come from, okay, I am coming from my hotel accommodation to, let's say, Thankyou, okay, and the bill is 200 rupees. And I look at my wallet and the only note I see is 2000 beta. Now I cannot say, no, keep the change. No, I am not that rich beta. Okay. So I meet, okay, as soon as I come down, okay, I meet Aromal, right? Aromal, right? And I tell Aromal, do you have 2000 ka change? He said, sir, you tell me now, I will give it to you. How much change you want? 2000, 20,000, 2 lakh, 20 lakh, 2 crore, 20 crore. My job is only that, sir. After classes, I only do this. Right? Yes or no? Yes, nahi beta, mazak kar raha hu. Yes, bol raha. Okay. So, all I am trying to say is, my dear friends, I asked Karumal, do you have the change? He said, yes, sir. And I am like, okay, fine, then give me the change. So he has 100 rupees ka notes. So what will I expect? How many notes will I get against 2000? 20. But he only gives me, okay, let's say, understand. Let's say, yes, 100 nahi, 200 ka notes. So instead of giving me, okay, 10 notes, he gives me 8 notes. What does that mean? That I gave him 2000, but he is giving me only. So 400 is his. So what is government saying? That in such a scenario, you gave him 1600, he gave you 1600. You gave him 1600, he gave you 1600. That is basically nothing else but neither goods nor and in case of 400, what will happen, my dear friends? What is it? Definitely it is what, my dear friends? Okay. So, commission is subject to GST, my dear friends. That is not exempt. Did you get it, guys? Okay, next is Kotak Bank, okay, is giving service, foreign exchange service to a recipient. So he gave how much? 2000 pounds, and if $1 pound is equals to how much? How much is the amount that you are supposed to get? 2 lakh INR. But instead of asking 2 lakh INR, Kotak is asking for 2 lakh 2,000. Why? 2 lakh being what? And in 2000 what will happen? Are you getting it? Because it is service, huh? Huh? For? No, this service is taxable. But he will start paying tax if he exceeds 20 lakh. So right now you are not commenting about that person, you are commenting about that service. That service is taxable or exempt. And the last is, my dear friends, there is a broker through whom I buy or sell securities, yani shares. And that broker is who? Motilal Oswal. Have you heard about it? Ajay. So here, did you saw scam? Have you all seen scam? Huh? Anyone? So it's called scam 1992. Harshad Mehta scam. His brother is actually my relative. His brother, no? You know Harshad Mehta's brother? His brother's name, you know? Ashwin Mehta. He's a relative. Yes. I was not even born. I was just born in. I'm 1990. Okay. Now stop counting my age, idiots. Okay, आ जाओ. 40. You idiot. Okay. So I purchased 10 lakh worth of Reliance shares, beta. Brokerage is at the rate 1%, 10,000, 10 lakh, 10,000. So now you tell me what will happen. 10 lakh securities. Correct? Securities is neither goods nor not subject to brokerage 10,000. Is it commission? Acha, what was the second condition? While you are supplying goods or service, it needs to be backed with what? It needs to be backed with what? So only if I am teaching you something and I am taking money from you, will that transaction be subject to GST? Are you getting it? Only then it will trigger the taxable event 7(1)(a). 7(1)(a). And only if you trigger the taxable event, you are subject to GST, idiot. Okay. So now, the important condition is made or agreed to be made for a But in case no consideration is involved, yani ki you have given goods or service free of, so no GST, no GST, no GST, because 7(1)(a) will not apply only. Because there is goods or service without, so no. Because to apply GST, you will have to make sure that there is consideration or there is not consideration. Okay, but my dear friends, so this was activity without consideration. What is activity without consideration? Where I have given you goods or service, but I have not charged you consideration. No GST. But it is consideration without activity. Consideration without. So what is happening here? Our dear friend, Kumar Sanu, yes. Kumar Silva Kumar, Silver Kumar, Gold Kumar, Platinum Kumar, Silva Kumar, tell me. So Silva Kumar is going to appear for his inter-CA November के में कदे May 23. Silva Kumar is a religious person. So is his mother. What is the name of mother? Selvi. Oh, Selvi. His mother, Ma'am Selvi ma'am, right? He goes to Balaji temple, Tirupati Balaji. Okay, she goes. She वो मन्नत मांगते हैं ना, मन्नत, you understand? His prayer, it's a prayer and it's a promise that she makes that if Silva Kumar passes in the first attempt, she will donate 10 lakh rupees. She will donate 10 lakh rupees. And also, okay, make sure that Silva chops his head off. As in, as chops his head off, he chops his hair off. Head in a hair. Okay. And surrenders his hair to Balaji, Lord Balaji. Now, what happens is, Silva passes in the first. Now his dad is in tension. So he has to pay 10 lakhs. Now, because if he does not pay, then final CA is remaining, no? Lord can become unhappy, never know. Okay. So he is paying 10 lakhs, okay, without any issue. He is paying 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs small amount, petty cash. Come on, yeah. Are you getting it? Yes, just like this. He pays. So now the thing is, my dear friends, that looking at this generous gesture that Silva Kumar has made with the help of his dad, there are three things that are happening. First, donation has been made. Second, the donation is made to a charitable institution. And third is for the matter of philanthropic activity. Philanthropic? Are you hearing it? Yes. What is philanthropic activity? Religious activity, okay, generous activity meant for the help of other people in the community. Okay. So if all these three conditions are satisfied, then there will be no GST implication on 10 lakhs. But what if something like this happens? That if it is for the purpose of advertisement, yani after paying 10 lakhs, Silva's dad says that okay, I am a businessman and my country, my product's brand name should be across the entire temple. Then do you realize there is a quid pro quo? Right? Something is in return. So that will be subject to GST. But let's say the temple itself does something out of honor. It is not directed. They do it from their own end. Then that is still philanthropic activity. What is advertisement activity? When before even paying the money, they are being told that this is how it should be used. So that is what advertisement. You understand the difference between advertisement and philanthropic? Philanthropic is you have just given the amount. The opposite person will do whatever he wants to do with that amount. But when I say advertisement, then I will guide that person, I will direct that person, this is what you are supposed to do with this money. Then it's a classic case that this amount has been paid as an amount of consideration. So when the last condition instead of philanthropic, it is what beta? Advertisement. Then definitely, my dear friends, it will be subject to GST. Take an example, my dear friends. Did you get it? Just check the example. And also help me understand that whether in this case what will happen in this one? Please tell me. action or not? Here a quid pro quo. Right?
Nay, just write down in this case there is donation given to a charitable trust meant for the purpose of advertisement. Hence, it is subject to समझा 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 बेटा
Okay. Do you understand what kind of question can come in exam? Take an example. Huh? Yes. There is? But there is no direction, no? What is done? Donated by Sri Malata Devi in the memory of father, written on the door or floor of a room or any other temple complex which was constructed from donation. For? No, that is not written, no? Is it specifically been told? They have only written there by their own. So if I give you money and you write on your own, if I tell temple, then they wrote, then it is a quid pro quo. If temple writes on its own, then it's not a quid pro quo. Okay, got it? Chal. And the last is in the course or furtherance of business. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this, my dear friends? It should be in the course or furtherance of. So, आज for example, okay, if Rohit Shetty buys a car and sells a car, and you remember Rohit Shetty is a car dealer, then is it in the course or furtherance of business? But if I buy a car for my personal use and then sell it, is it in the course of business? 7(1)(a) will apply. 7(1)(a) will apply. Why? Because 7(1)(a) says that there has to be what? Supply of goods or service. For a in the course or furtherance of. Got it? But since it is meant for personal purpose, it is not in the course or furtherance of. Tathastu. Acha. Acha, and the last in this case, business definition is that business includes everything. Trade, commerce, manufacture, profession, vocation. Trade, what do you mean by trade and commerce? Very simple. Trade is at local level, commerce is at national, international level. But at the end of the day, it's all about supplying goods or service. Manufacture is manufacture, profession is what, beta? Where you are basically doing what? A formal training. Doctor, engineer, chartered accountant. I don't consider CS as a profession, beta. Yes. Because they don't get employed. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. And vocation? What is vocation? When you have a natural skill or talent. Like what? Does anyone know how to, is anyone out there in music here? Anyone knows how to play an instrument? Yes? Which? In phone? But I also know an instrument. You know what? Come, beta, come. You bang your head, beta, and I will say, I know tabla. Idiot. Okay. So, aaj, vocation is dancing, singing, cricket, all of that is a skill, no, beta? Are yes or no? Yes, sir. So, that is how it is. Basically, everything is covered here. Business also, profession also, and vocation also. Acha. Any activity which is in. So, for example, Maruti car dealer is also opened a what? Repairing service ka outlet. Are yes or no? C wala part kya hai? Does not matter whether there is frequency, volume or continuity or not. Even if it is a one-off transaction, it will be considered as what? Supply of goods or service in the course of business. For example, Salman Khan, he does acting every year. Are yes or no? No, sir. Why no? Are he earns money through acting? No. But one day he says that, okay, I have done some phaltu painting and it is there for exhibition. So all his, okay, Pythium fans will what do? They will purchase the painting, no beta? At 1 crore, 2 crore rupees. Right? And what he has done, just he has put some strokes of brush here and there. He has not even done something. So now, the name of his painting is freestyle painting. Freestyle. So now, the entire year he makes money through acting, but one day he sells his painting, right? Then what will happen, my dear friends? Tell me. Is it in the course of business? No, idiot, it is in the course of business. Why? Because it is a vocation and even though it is once, it does not matter, because here specifically they have said what? Any activity transaction in the nature of A above, whether or not there is volume, frequency, continuity, regularity. तो वो हो या ना हो, whether or not, does not matter, does not. So there can be continuity. So if there is continuity or not continuity, does not matter. Even it is one of transaction, it is still considered in the course or furtherance of अरे yes or no बेटा? Come directly on G then. Services supplied by a person as a holder of office which has been accepted by him in the course or furtherance of trade, profession and vocation. So beta, listen. You know Hrithik Roshan? Too much, yes, okay. So Hrithik Roshan earns through his vocation, natural skill or talent, yes or no? Now, in the course or furtherance of that, okay, he becomes judge in this dance show called Jhalak Dikhla Ja, Dance India Dance. So what is he doing here? He's a judge there. He earns 1 crore rupees per show. Are you getting it? For judging people. It is considered in the course of, because he is supplying service as a holder of office. What is the name of that office? Being a judge. Okay, that is accepted by him in the course of his trade? No. Profession? No. But what? Are you getting it? Just like that, I am a chartered accountant, my dear friends, and I assume the position of a director in Reliance Industries Limited because now I am their GST consultant. So now, what office am I holding? The office of a director. In the course or furtherance of trade, profession or vocation. So is it trade? No. Is it vocation? No, it is profession. Are you getting it? That's it. Now directly come to 7(1)AA. Draw this diagram here. Remember, my dear friends, okay, listen. Unincorporated association. Unincorporated. What is incorporated association? Something like a company. Is it an association? Yes, because there is a group of people coming together for a common goal and they have registered themselves under a law which is incorporated under the Companies Act 2013. So, आज unincorporated association is that association which is not registered under any law. So, in that case, government is specifically told that listen, when it comes to unincorporated association and its members, they both are what? They both are considered as what? Deemed distinct persons. Yani deemed separate entity. So they are considered as two separate persons. and for any supply there should be a supplier and recipient, right? So if an association is giving any goods or service to its members and receiving any consideration, it will be subject to GST, and vice versa. If member is giving any goods or service to whom? Unincorporated association, then even that will be subject to what? GST. Okay. So आज सबसे पहले unincorporated association and members, they were both same person initially, but government said no, I want to capture transactions between them under GST. So first from same person consider them as separate person. Only when there is separate person, there is a supplier and there is a recipient. Only then I can create a charge of GST. So first they were asked to be distinguished as two separate persons. And then, my dear friends, okay, any supply between unincorporated association and its members, okay, will be, or vice versa, will be subject to GST, because that will be considered as what? Under which section? And therefore it will be subject to Did you get it? What happened? Write this. How does it? This does not reduce tax liability. Okay, listen up. First, listen up. I'll tell you what used to happen. I'll tell you. So let's say I and Balaji are there. Okay, I have a car and he has a bike. Listen very carefully, only then will you understand this, otherwise you will have to remember it anyways. So I want to sell him car and he will have to sell me bike. So I will sell him car, he will give me 10 lakhs, he will sell me bike and I will have to give him 10 lakhs. And both will charge each other what? Both will charge each other what, beta? GST. Okay? Yes, ordinary. Okay? I am a person who sells cars and he is a person who sells. Okay? So to avoid GST, you know what happened? We both came to a conclusion. We said, let's do one thing. Let's create a joint venture. Let's create because that is an unincorporated association. You don't register under any law. So what did I do? I did one thing. Okay. I introduced car as my asset and he introduced bike as his asset. Are you getting it? Then what happened? Then, now those are both assets of who? Joint venture, which is nothing but unincorporated. Are yes or no? Yes, sir. Now, the joint venture sold me the bike and I gave joint venture 10 lakhs. And same happened that way. It sold car to Balaji and Balaji gave 10 lakhs. Now, initially they were not two separate persons. Unincorporated association and member were not two separate persons, they were same person. And supply cannot happen with the same person. I cannot sell goods to myself. That Karan, you only sell goods to yourself. I cannot sell goods to myself. And which is why there was no implication of what? Yes. So when unincorporated association is actually selling that bike to me and I am giving 10 lakhs, no GST. Same case with Balaji, no GST. So do you realize I have got my bike and he has got his car, and now that 10 lakh is remaining with the JV, I will say that JV is dissolved and I will withdraw 10 lakhs and he will withdraw 10 lakhs. Are yes or no? So do you realize that we both have money and we both have exchanger assets by keeping unincorporated association as the shield? Are you getting it? That was stopped by saying what? That from now onwards, if there is any transaction between unincorporated association and it is a transaction between two separate persons. It is a supply under section 7(1)AA, and thereby it will be subject to. Are you getting it? So initially there was no supply. Why? Because they were both considered as, but now they are both considered as, and which is why it is a supply, which is why it is subject to GES. Do you get it, guys? Yes or no? Then write this down. Near that 7(1)AA, or in your notebook only write this down. Write the heading supply. In your notebook write down a big heading supply, new page, supply. Usme write down 7(1)AA, and there just draw this diagram. Hey, write fast, beta. Selva. That's it. All the best. Huh? Which exam? Business tax. Kill it. Okay. So, activities or transactions by a person other than individual to its members or constituents or vice versa for cash, deferred payment or valuable consideration. Here you can just jot down by a person other than individual. What they are trying to say is unincorporated association. They are talking about unincorporated association. Is our college nearby only? Okay. Explanation. Further, an explanation is also being inserted to 7.1a to clarify that the person, its members' constitution shall deem to be separate persons and the supply of activities inter shall be deemed to take place from one person to another person. This explanation prevents the use of doctrine of mutuality by such person to avoid GST. Doctrine of mutuality yani ki they are one and the same. So now it is no more possible because they both are considered as separate. Okay. Now that we are done with domestic transaction, we are only left with 7.1b. What does 7.1b say, my dear friends? Tell me. Import of service for a consideration, whether or not in the course or furtherance of. Now tell me, what is happening? Import of service, import of for a, whether or not in the course or furtherance of. So here they have increased the scope by saying that even if you are importing service for personal use, it is still considered as what? Supply, and it will be subject to GST. Okay. So tell me, what is the condition here in 7.1b? There has to be what? Import of for a, whether or not, kya beta? In the course or furtherance of. Tell me, in first example, is it a supply under 7.1b? Likho. Because there is import of service. How? Supplier is outside India, recipient is in India. Supplier is Google, no? Recipient is who is importing service. Is it for a consideration? Is it in the course of business? Arey what? No, idiot. It is in the course of TCS business, no yaar. TCS in the business of information technology only, no yaar. So will it be under 7.1b? Likho. Write down. It is a supply under section 7.1b. As there is import of service for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Infosys, tell me second. What will happen here? Infosys Limited based in Mumbai is importing legal service from Harish Salve in London for free of cost. Because there is no, write down, it is not a supply. Under section 7.1b. As there is no consideration involved. Tell me, is this supply of service? May 22 exam question paper for 2 marks. Mr. Swami of Chennai. Huh? So, whether or not in the course of business, no. सिल्वा क्या कर रहा है बेटा? समझा? It is supply as there is import of service for a, even if it is not in the course of, does not matter. It is still a supply under section 7(1). Okay, now listen. Chalo, last half an hour, 45 minutes आओ फटाफट से, then we will take up. Okay. So we are done with 7(1)A, my dear friends. We are done with 7(1)AA and we are done with 7(1). Chalo, first revise, help me revise 7(1)A. All forms of supply of goods or for a, in the course or furtherance of. 7(1)AA is what? Activity. Activity between unincorporated association and its will be deemed considered as supply, as both are now considered as two separate. 7(1)B, import of for a, whether or not, whether or not, whether or, De Silva, whether or, whether or, whether or, in the course of. Exception, a different taxable event. It's not an exception, it is an extension to the act. Okay. Now, tell me one thing, my dear friends. Okay. If I purchase any goods, right, I will get ITC only if I sell it and charge. Are yes or no? But my dear friends, What if I purchase goods and I take ITC for the same? I sell those goods free of cost. Can I take ITC of that? Can I take ITC of that? No. Which is why government has said specifically, if you are making any permanent transfer of business assets, well, okay, listen up. Before I say, I'm so sorry. Let me just clarify that 7(1)(c), my dear friends, covers all those transactions where there are activity without, where there is activity without. So even in the first case, where there is permanent transfer of business asset, permanent transfer of without consideration, without, where ITC has been availed, where ITC has been, then in that case, such permanent transfer will be considered as deemed supply. Such permanent transfer will be considered as deemed supply. So what did I say? In the deemed supply case, the first condition is what? There should be permanent transfer of what? Business assets. Without, that's a given, beta, because this is a case of 7(1)(c), no? It will be without consideration only. But ITC has been availed. The ITC has been. Now you can ask the question, sir, how can he avail ITC when he has not charged any? How can he avail ITC when he has not charged any? No. There is a reason because of this. Government, my dear friends, has said that if I purchase AC, I can take ITC of that even if I sell TV. Even if I sell, so I must have purchased TV and I must have purchased AC. Both. But now I have only sold what, beta? Only sold what, beta? So while I purchased TV, it is for 1 lakh. Purchased AC is for 2 lakh. GST 10,000, 20,000. Are you getting it? But TV I sold for 5 lakhs. GST I charge how much? 50,000. So now from my pocket how much money has gone? 30,000. But in my pocket how much money has come? 50,000. I will keep with myself how much? Though I have only sold TV, I can take ITC of both TV and even though I have not sold what? Even I have not sold what? Are you getting it? So you understand that at the entire hisab kitab, the entire calculation of how much output tax and how much ITC is always on the month end, is always on the, yes. And all you need to see is how much tax have you charged and how much input tax have you paid. How much output tax you have charged and how much input tax you have. You don't ever listen, you don't ever check mark to mark item. You never do mark to mark items. You only take total figures. So if total my input tax I have paid is 30,000, total I have just 50,000. Out of 50 I will keep with myself how much? And give to government how much? So did you realize that AC and TV, dono ka have taken what? Are yes or no? Yes, are yes or no? Yes, sir. So have I taken ITC of AC? Yes. Have I sold AC? No. But yes, tomorrow I am supposed to sell that AC and charge GST on the same. So tomorrow if the AC that I bought for 1 lakh, I sell it for 2 lakhs, GST I take how much? So I collect GST 20,000, I paid GST 20,000, I collected GST 20,000, I paid GST. Because that time I will not avail ITC. because I have already availed the same when what was sold? TV. Are you getting it? When I had sold TV, I had already taken the ITC of the AC. And now when I will sell AC, I will only collect and pay. Are you following up? Yes or no? So the only condition is that AC has to be sold tomorrow. If you have already availed the IT, the only issue is that you have to sell it tomorrow and you have to charge GST. Only then the ITC that you have already taken in advance will make sense. But tomorrow what happened? Instead of selling that AC, what did you do? You gave it free of cost to someone. Now did you charge GST? Did you charge GST? But you have already taken. You already taken. And that you shouldn't have taken. Because you are the last person who has received that goods. So you should be bearing the burden of tax. And which is why government said that listen, you have taken ITC of those goods which you have not sold, which you have given free of cost, on which you have not charged GS. So you cannot take IT. So now that you have already taken the ITC of the same, so you have taken ITC where you shouldn't have taken ITC. You have taken ITC, but you should have. You have taken ITC, but you should have not taken ITC. So government said, okay, listen, when you are permanently transferring this business asset without consideration where ITC has been availed, then such permanent transfer will be considered as what? Team supply. Will be considered as what? Will be considered as what? So now this is supply. Now this is crime under GST law. So now exactly pay me the input tax amount that you had availed. Now just pay me that amount back, because the benefit that you had taken is a benefit that you shouldn't have taken in the first place. So now return it, because now the practice that you have done of what? Permanently transferring a business asset, okay, where ITC has been availed, my dear friends, that is a wrong practice that you have done, which is why this transaction will be considered as what? Deemed supply. What will it be considered? Yes. So what is deemed supply? Where there is what, beta? Temporary or permanent transfer of what, beta? Without, where ITC has been, then in this case this permanent transfer will be considered as deemed. So tell me, in first case, is it a deemed supply? Is it a deemed supply? Yes, it is a deemed supply, my dear friends, because there is permanent transfer of business assets where ITC has been availed. लिखो आप. Write in small handwriting. It is a deemed supply under section 1C. As there is permanent transfer of business assets as there is permanent transfer of permanent transfer of business assets without ITC has been. Again, huh? Is it a supply or not a supply? Huh? Is it a deemed supply? No, because ITC has not been. Are you getting it? It is not a deemed supply. Under section 7(1), as there is permanent transfer of business asset without consideration uh, where ITC has not been. Done. That's it. We'll take a break now. Come by 12:50. Okay.
Okay, guys, listen.
Okay.
Okay, so in 7.1c, did you realize, my dear friends, what happened? What is deemed supply? Permanent transfer of assets without consideration where ITC has already been availed. So ITC has already been availed, which shouldn't have been availed. So to recover that, again, government said that, listen, consider this as deemed supply, and now that it is a supply, it's a crime, you will have to pay us back. Okay. Next is
अरे सलाम सलाम. Okay, now we are focusing, my dear friends, on principal and agent. Come on, come on. What? What happened? Hey, चल ना. Hey, give her a specs. अबे ये देना है इसका स्पेक्स. Yeah, who has taken her specs? चलो. Okay, now listen. We are talking about principal and agent. Whom are we talking about? Okay. Now listen. There are two types of agents, my dear friends. Come on. One is selling agent, other is one is selling agent and the other is the other is what is the job of selling agent? To sell goods on behalf of principal. And what is the job of buying agent? Are you getting it? Yes. That's it. For both the jobs, it will get what? Commission. Now, listen up very clearly. Okay? What happened? So, there was this principal who appointed an agent who will sell goods on behalf of him to the customer. Now, what used to happen is This principal was in Maharashtra. This agent is in Tamil Nadu. Now principal is purchasing goods, right, for 1 lakh plus GST 10,000. An agent used to sell goods on behalf of principal for 2 lakhs plus GST 20,000. Correct? Now what used to happen is that here when principal used to send goods without consideration, because right now we are into 7.1c, 7.1, and in 7.1c all the cases are what? Without. All the cases are without.
All the cases are without. Are you getting it? So when all the cases are without consideration, this also has to be without. So principal did not charge any GST to the agent, right? Now the issue was what, that principal emptied his pocket by 1,10,000. Are yes or no? And who charged GST to customer? Agent. So this 2,20,000, what the agent used to do is collect 20,000 and give 20,000, collect 20,000 and give 20,000 to the government. Do you realize this? Yes or no? Now the issue was that principal, the input tax was borne by whom? The principal. Yes or no? Principal has purchased goods, no? Principal has purchased goods, so the input tax is borne by whom? How much? How much? And he was not getting the ITC of the same. Why? Because instead of him, who was charging GST? Agent. So principal had no outlet to charge GST. So what did government do? Government came up with something like this. Government said, okay, listen up. Let's do one thing. Let's do one thing, principal. You are sending goods without consideration. Let me make this as deemed supply. Under which section? So government 7.1c. So now principal said, but if you are making it deemed supply, I also have to pay tax on it, because it's a supply at the end of the day, right? But I am charging nothing to my agent. My selling price is nil. I will to give my agent as such only, no yaar. Yes or no? So government said, yeah, but since this is a deemed supply. What do you mean by deemed? Assumed or considered? So also assume that there is a value to this, and I will help you out with this. The government said, okay, consider as if you are selling these goods not to your, you are giving these goods not to agent but to some third party. How much will you sell? The principal said for 1.5 lakhs. The government said, okay, we will take that as the open market value and consider that as the deemed value of supply. So we first considered as deemed supply. Now we are considered this as deemed value of supply. How much? So we will consider that you purchased for 1 lakhs and you have deemed supplied it for 1.5 lakhs. Right? So 1.5 lakhs ka 10% is how much? 15,000. So you will charge the amount to the agent. How much? 0 selling price, but 15,000 as GST. And principal will pay you the same. So now Did you understand what happened? What? Listen, come here. Principal who just paid 10,000 as input tax now could charge 15,000. So now, did you realize principal के जेब से कितना गया था? 10. How much did he get from agent? 15. How much will he keep with himself? 10. Fine. 10. Fine. How much? And कितना government को देगा वो? Are you getting it? And this agent उसके जेब से कितना गया था? How much is he charging? अरे 20 तो he's charging no यार. And 20 he's getting from the customer's pocket. So did you realize agent के pocket में से कितना गया? 15. How much did he get from? How much did agent charge buyer? 20. तो 20 से उसका pocket खाली किया. Right? So now he has, so out of that 20, how much will he keep with himself? And give to government how much? 5,000. So now do you realize P can take ITC and even A can take ITC? Are you getting it? So there is no cascading, but here there will be cascading. How? Since P cost is how much? 1,10,000. When he sells this 2 lakh ka goods, that 2 lakh will also have that 1,10,000. Are you getting it? Are yes or no? Because P initially was not getting ITC. Are you getting it? P was not getting IT. So the cost of P was 1,10,000, and that is where cascading started happening. In that 2 lakh, there was 1,10,000, and उस पे लग गया क्या बेटा? GST. Okay. So to avoid that, what did we do? We asked principal that don't worry. Okay, consider the transaction between you and agent as what? You and agent as what? As what? As what? Okay, and with this deemed supply, government actually helped the assessee by classifying it as deemed supply and thereby making him capable of charging GST. Are you getting it? Are yes or no? Now, just remember one thing. I just made you understand the logic behind this. Now, very simple. You just have to remember the condition. What is the condition? Very simple. Every time your agent acts like a trader, acts like a, where he is issuing invoice in his own name. So instead of the name of principal, he is issuing invoice in his own name while he is selling goods to the customer. Then he is as good as a trader only. Samjha? Are you getting it? Then whenever such agent will issue invoice in his own name, the relationship between principal and agent will be covered under 7(1)(c). But if the agent does not issue invoice in his own name, the relationship between principal and agent, the relationship between will not be covered under 7(1)(c). Is this very clear? Will not be covered under 7(1)(c). Okay. In that case, what will happen? Pata? Principal who has purchased goods will directly send the invoice to whom? To the buyer. So he will purchase goods for 1 lakh, and it's as good as that he is only selling goods to buyer for 2 lakhs. So he will, so that's how his ITC will be sorted. Are you getting it? So please understand one thing, my dear friends, that only and only when agent issues invoice in his own, the principal agent relationship which is without consideration will come under 7(1)(c). But if agent does not issue invoice in his own name but in the name of principal agent relationship will not be covered under 7(1)(c), because in this case principal will directly issue the invoice in the name of buyer. Principal will directly issue the invoice in the name of buyer. Check this. Is the agent issuing invoice in his own name? Yes. That also gives him the right to transfer the title. And thereby he can also charge GST. Are you getting it? Did you get this? So only if the agent has the right to transfer the title will he be able to issue invoice, will he be able to charge GST, and he will also, and thereby the relationship between principal agent will also be covered under 7(1)(c), where principal can charge GST to agent. Are you getting it? Got it? But my dear friends, when in case 2 principal directly issues an invoice in the name of buyer, then the relationship between principal and agent will not be covered under 7(1)(c). Okay? It is not covered under Schedule 1, and thereby it is not a deemed supply under 7(1)(c). Okay? And why did this happen? Because agent cannot issue invoice in his name, but he rather issued invoice in the name of principal. Okay? Agent did not issue invoice in his own name. He issued invoice in the name of principal. Okay, just glance at this example. Okay, chalo. Selva, read it loudly. Gautam. Gambhira, who is the agent on behalf of Gautam. Gautam is the principal. Got it? Para 3. Yes. Yes. Open market value, no? In this case, or no, but that's how it is. Yeah, it is assumed. It is assumed that whenever you give it to the auctioneer, you don't ask the auctioneer to pay the money to you. The auctioneer first auctions it, and then the bidder pays money to the auctioneer, and the auctioneer will pay to you. Okay, there is another example which you can read it at your outset. अभी सीधा ये example read कर. टिंटिन वाला कर रीड। मिस नहीं है गधे हो, मेजर्स है मेजर्स। by measures, did you get it? Yes, it will not be covered. Okay, just a second, the heading is correct, no? Just check it. सही है, ठीक है. In the name of principal and not agent. Okay, is this very clear, guys? Okay, next is third case. So now this was from the perspective of selling agent. Okay, what we are doing, okay, Rahul, is from the perspective of buying agent now. Okay, from the perspective of buying agent. So आज what will happen? There will be a supplier. Agent will buy those goods from that supplier and send it to whom? Principal. So if the supplier, okay, invoices the bill in the name of agent, it will be considered that agent has the authority to receive the title. Agent has the authority to receive the title. When supplier invoices in the name of agent. माने bill किसके नाम का होगा? Bill will be in the name of agent. Bill will be in the name of, so supplier will issue agent and agent will issue principal. So in this case he has the authority to receive the title. In such scenario, when the agent gives those goods without consideration to the principal, it will be considered as deemed supply, where supplier will charge GST to agent and agent will charge GST to principal. It's backwards now. Are you getting it? It is a purchase transaction, no? Okay. So here there is authority to receive the title. There it was authority to transfer the title. Got it? Okay. Is this example correct? Just tell me. Or is there something wrong? If there's something wrong, you bloody tell me what it is. Tell me. Correct. So if you can see, Anmol appoints Bholu to procure certain goods, right? Bolu identifies various buyers, okay, who can provide the desired goods by Anmol, and asks Golu to send the goods and issue the invoice directly to Anmol. So now do you realize what is happening here? Who will come? Anmol or Bolu? Who is Anmol? Bolu is, and Golu is supplier. So ask Golu to send the goods and issue the invoice directly to Anmol ne invoice to Bolu. Simple. Only then Bolu will be considered that he has the right to receive the title. In this scenario, Bolu is acting as an agent who has the authority to receive the title of the principal and is involved in the receipt of goods on behalf of principal. Hence, in accordance with the provisions of this act, Bolu is the agent of Anmol, which will be covered under Schedule 1. Got it? And the last case. What is the last case? Where the goods being procured by the agent on behalf of principal are invoiced in the name of agent? No, are invoiced in the name of principal. Then such case would not be covered under para 3, because right now in case 3 we just did a case which is covered under para 3. Right now it will not be covered. Why? Because the supplier, instead of issuing invoice in the name of agent, is ditching agent and directly issuing in the name of the principal. Then in that case the relationship between agent and principal will not be considered under deemed supply. Are you getting it, guys? Yes. Okay. So what is the synopsis we will take from principal and agent? Tell me one thing. Tell me one thing. I'll tell you. This is how we will summarize it. This is how we'll summarize it. Guys, listen up. These are my summary notes. Listen. So principal agent relationship will be covered under 7.1c. No, it is not there anywhere. Oi, just check. Agent will issue invoice in his own name. If principal agent is not covered under 7.1c, agent issues invoice in the name of okay. So when agent issues invoice in his own name, it is covered. When in not his own name but the name of principal, it is not covered. And in case of and in case of buying agent, what will be the case? When the supplier issues invoice in the name of agent and he has the authority to receive the title, agent and principal relationship will be covered under 7.1c. Okay, where in that case supplier will charge GST to agent and agent will charge GST to principal. But when the supplier directly invoices the goods to whom? Principal, by skipping agent, in that case simple, okay, the relationship between principal and agent will not be covered under 7.1. Is this very clear? Are yes or no, guys? Pakka? Huh? Yes? Pakka na boss? Okay, now listen up. We are talking about DCA. Who is DCA? Have we already read this in CA Foundation? What? Yes, Delegator Commission. Who is a Delegator agent? Huh? Who pays? Yes. So, for example, if I am principal and there is a DCA coming to me and telling me that don't you worry, I will find a buyer for you. And I'm like, I don't trust you. What kind of buyer will you find for me? What if that buyer does not land up paying only? What is the use of finding such a buyer? Then the DCA will tell, don't you worry, tension gheu naka. Don't take tension. Okay? Enna raskala mind it. I will mind it. I will make sure what? That whenever the buyer does not pay you the amount, I will pay you. You don't worry. You will get your amount. But since I am taking the risk, I will also charge more commission than ideally what a normal agent would charge, because I am taking a risk. And in financial management, you've understood one concept for sure. And what is that? High risk, high return. High risk, high return. Are you getting it? Yes. So now what happened? Before we go to that, you need to understand one concept. Will you understand that concept? Yes. So that concept is very simple. There are two scenarios in which interest comes into picture. Okay, scenario number one. Did we do this today? Did we speak anything related to interest today? Yes or no? I also took the example of someone who is not right now in the class. Yes. 20 lakhs, 4 lakhs, Salam he's live. He's alive, but he's not dead. Yes. He is alive. I thought he's dead. Yes. So, I gave the example of Divya. अरे दिव्या I gave no बेटा, अरे दिव्या बेटा निव्या नहीं दिव्या. तो पाइथियम. तो the example I gave was that there was a lender, there was a borrower. Lender and the loan amount was how much? And I gave it with an interest of, right, 24 lakhs repayment. 20 lakhs, 4 lakhs. 20 lakhs is money, right? And 4 lakhs was service. This is no goods nor, but here GST is exempt. Did we do this? Did we do this? Do you understand that here, Balaji, I gave you loan. I gave you and I'm charging interest for the same. Can I do that? Does this make sense? So to this example, we will call it use of money. Which is this example? Why use of money? Did you realize that money was mine? The money that I gave to Divya, that was mine, no? I could have used it in any way. I could have spent it, I could have invested, I could have kept it under my pillow and slept it. But I didn't do any of that. I chose to do what? I chose it to lend it to Divya. Now what does Divya do with it? It's her prerogative, it's her choice. She has to give me interest after the end of 1 year, 4 lakhs. Are you getting it? Make sense or not? Make sense? Now the important part is that here it was my money, and for 1 year who was using it? Who was using it? For which I took interest. So just like any other thing, for example, if I lend you my car, I will charge you what? Car rent. Yes or no? If I give you my car for 1 year, you will use my car. If I will give you my house, you will use my house. If I give you my money, will you use my money? And you will give me rent in the form of interest. So which is why the name of this example, the tag that we will give to this example is what? Use of money. The use of money, you understood the concept very well. What is happening? Yes or no? Okay. Now scenario number 2. Or can any one of you all tell me which is the other place where interest can come into picture? Where I will charge interest to the person. Where the supplier is charging interest to recipient. Which will be the other case where interest will actually come into picture? Huh? Yes? Yes. It's a classic example. What? Delayed payment. When will delayed payment happen? When there is a supplier who has either supplied goods or to the recipient. Yes or no? And he has given a stipulated period of time that, listen, I am supplying you goods worth rupees 10 lakhs. You better pay me that within 1 month. So I will give the credit period. And if you pay within credit period, no interest. But if you pay within credit period, then no interest. But if you pay after the credit period, I will start charging interest. Yes or no? Jiva, yes or no? Pondi? Yes. Yes or no? What? No, we are not getting into that. We are not getting into that. Listen up. Oi. So did you realize here, am I giving the recipient any money? Am I giving the recipient any money? What am I doing? Either I am selling goods or giving service. Either am I giving goods or giving goods or. But in the first example, I am actually giving money. Yes or no? Which is why the name of the transaction was use of money. And here, am I giving money? No, I am giving actually goods or. And that if you have not paid within 1 month, I will charge you interest on delayed payment of consideration. So here you will pay me 10, for example, you will pay me 11 lakhs. But the entire 11 lakhs will be subject to GST. So it means that in this case interest will be taxable. Do you realize that now there is a different case, there is also different treatment for interest? Do you understand the difference between the scenarios where interest was charged? Scenario number 1. What did I give? Goods, service or money? What did I give? What did I lend? And is money supply of goods or service? So when I am giving money and earning interest, interest is exempt. But when I am supplying goods or and I earn interest, that interest is taxable. That interest has to be included in the value of supply, okay, under section 15 2b. That interest has to be included in the value of supply under section 15 2b. B ne D. 15 2d. Okay, and even that interest will be subject to GST. When I am supplying goods, service or money? Goods or service. But when I am supplying money, exempt. So when I am supplying money, exempt. When I am supplying goods or service, that interest is taxable. Is that very clear? So now comes the concept of DCA. Come, college, okay. Now listen up. Listen up, it's very, very, very important. Okay. Aroma. Listen. Okay, now there is principal, there is a DCA, and there is a buyer. Are you getting it? Now listen very clearly. Tell me in this case, if I tell you that DCA has issued invoice in his own name, does he have the right to transfer the title? Fatavat bol be. Does he have the right to transfer the title? Yes. So that means it's as good as the DCA sold goods to buyer. Are yes or no? And which is why principal DCA relationship will also be covered under deemed supply. Right? Under which section? 7.1c. 7.1. Now tell me one thing. This is nothing something new that we've learned. We've already established this position before. Question is, DCA has the authority to transfer the title. Yani DCA has actually sold goods to buyer. Are yes or no? It's as good as that he has sold goods to buyer. Now what happens is, buyer is saying that I don't have money. Buyer is saying I don't have. Then principal is waiting. For whom now? For the DCA to call him. So DCA calls principal and says, don't worry, I will pay you the money. So now, किसका पैसा लग गया अभी? पैसा किसका लग गया है अभी? Who has invested money now? DCA. Because principal का money has been returned by whom? DCA. So now who has invested money? DCA. So now when DCA tells the buyer that listen, you have messed up thoroughly. I have taken care of it by paying the principal on behalf of you. That does not leave you as my bad debt. No. Now you tell me in how many months will you pay me. So the buyer says that, listen, my financial position is a little tight, I will pay you within 6 months. Then the DCA puts up condition and says, listen, then you will pay me within 6 months, but with interest. Because you were supposed to pay right now, but who has paid right now? Me. And now that I am receiving money after 6 months, I am not bloody going to only be satisfied with the goods amount. I am also going to take what? So do you realize that DC had sold goods to the buyer, and now he is receiving money with? So this is which case? Case 1 or case 2? Case 1 or case 2? Case 2, and in this case interest will be taxable. Interest will be, because I am supplying goods and the opposite person is paying me money, but since that person who's paying me money, or the person who's paying me the consideration, is late, and which is why I'm charging interest, and that interest will be subject to GST. Did you get this? So what did we conclude here? That if DC and buyer, okay, in this case he issues invoice and has the right to transfer the title, in this case he has actually sold goods to the buyer, and in such scenario, if the buyer gives interest to the DCA, that interest will be subject to GST. Is this very clear? Or yes or no? And see, this is how I've concluded. Principal and DCA covered under 7(1)(c. Interest is included in value supply under 15(2)(d). Right? But now, my dear friends, let's say if I tell you that this DCA, there is principal, there is DCA, and there is agent nahi gadhe, buyer, right? So DCA here does not have transfer of title. He does not have right to transfer the title. Why? Because he must have issued invoice in the name of principal. So now can I say here that DC has sold goods to buyer? Yes or no? No. Because does he have the transfer to title? Does he has the right to transfer the title? So has he sold goods to buyer? No. Oh, sorry, does not. Perfect. Got it? So he has not sold goods to buyer. He has not sold goods to buyer. Now what happens? First tell me, is principal and DCA relationship covered under 7(1)(c)? No. Because DCA is issuing invoice in his own? No. He is not issuing invoice in his own name. He is not issuing invoice in his, which is why principal DCA relationship is not covered under 7(1)(c). So here what happens? Here again the buyer defaults. DCA says, don't worry, I will pay on behalf of you, but after 6 months you have to pay me interest. Now you tell me, is DCA selling goods to buyer? No. But still he is getting the consideration amount plus interest, or yes or no? It's as good as that this is an independent activity that he is doing in the form of short-term loan. In the form of short-term, where instead of buyer, he is financing the activity, right? And then collecting money from the buyer. So it's just a short-term financing activity that he's doing, and here it will be as good as that he has given money to the buyer and then collecting it after interest, with interest. Is that very clear? So when DCA has the right to transfer the title, he is selling goods, and then the interest that he is collecting from the buyer will be subject to GST. But when he is not selling goods to the buyer, that means he is not raising invoice in his own name, it will be considered as an independent supply. It will be considered as an independent supply, and thereby what will it be considered? Independent, rather I would say financing activity. And in such case, if there is any interest, then that interest will be what? Exempt from GST. Is this very clear, guys? Perfect. Let's just read this once. Okay. So now, so of all the things here that are written here, okay, you just need to remember these two diagrams. That's it. These two diagrams is what you need to remember. That's it. Okay, let's just check. So here the entire definition of DCA is given, which you don't need to remember. It is just for your reference. Got it? Who is a DCA? They've just mentioned that. Okay? So just avoid it because you already know what DCA is. Okay? Directly jump in here. Whether a DCA falls under the ambit of agent under para 3 of schedule 1, that clearly depends on what? In which name agent is issuing the invoice. Okay. Okay. As clarified in circular number 5731/2018, you don't need to remember any of this. Okay. Whether or not DCA will fall under the ambit of agent under para 3 of schedule 1 depends on the following scenarios. Scenario number 1. In case where agent for supply of goods is issued by supplier to customer either himself or through DCA, the DCA does not fall under the ambit of agent. In case where invoice for the supply is issued by the DCA in his own, DCA would fall under the ambit of agent. Samjha? Ambit, you understand? Purview, ambit, pandi. Okay. Yes, very different names you all have actually. I remember going to Hyderabad once. There the name of the person was having 26 letters. Yes. Can that happen? Can that happen in Tamil also? Such a big name he has. What is the name? Acha. Such a big name. But why do you all keep such big names here? Rahul, what happened to you, beta? Headache? Fever, headache, everything? Once and for all? Then why don't you go to sleep? Sleep now for some time. There are 2 classrooms only in this case. Sleep in the conference room, no? या यहाँ पे एक रूम है वहां पे सो जा. जा बेटा जा. Lokini, why are you feeling that he's privileged now? Lokini. Lokini, go wash your face.
Comment. So Madan Gauri is what, into entertainment? Any married? On YouTube. Huh? Huh? You wanted to? चले अभी बैठ फटाफट से.
Okay. अरे ओनली टुडे चलो फटाफट से कम फटाफट से ओए टाइम पास आजा फटाफट से चलो इन दिस केस व्हाट इज हैपनिंग कम ऑन guys switch off come on switch off listen up ओए बालाजी चलो फटाफट से जस्ट चेक दिस डायग्राम फटाफट से लिसन अप कहा आ रहा है अरे you will come you sit down you will come चलो आ जाओ प्रिंसिपल delegator agent buyer delegator agent is issuing invoice in the name of agent is supplying goods on behalf of no instead of this just write down agent has the right to transfer the title and remove it from here. Okay. So do you realize here the interest that is charged by DCA to buyer on delayed payment of consideration shall be included in the value of supply under which section? Under which section? Okay, that's it. Here again what will happen? Oh, time pass, what is happening? Chalo. Principal and buyer. So principal is directly issuing in his own name directly to the buyer. So principal agent relationship, will it be covered under schedule 1? Will it be deemed supply under 7(1)(c)? So here what is happening is he is not making any supply of goods to the buyer. So it's a independent financial activity that he is carrying for which interest will be exempt. Okay? Okay? Okay. Now, the third case. Supply of goods or service between related person in the course or furtherance of business. So if there is supply of goods or service between related person without consideration in the course or furtherance of business, then even that will be considered as deemed supply. Okay? Now you need to know that who is related person. Who is related person? Right? You need to know that. And the list is here. Such persons are officers or directors of one another's business. What does that mean? For example, I and Lakshmi start a business. Okay? KL Limited. Okay? Now what happens is, listen up. Time pass, listen up. What happened? Okay. Okay, listen. So, for example, forget about that. Forget about starting business. We both have separate businesses. Right? I sell silk. He is selling lungi. Yes, he is selling vesti. Vest बोलते हैं ना, क्या बोलते हैं उसको? Vesti. Okay. I want to really wear it someday. Vesti. So आज I am the director in my company. What is OPC? And he is the director in his own company. That is to there. But now the thing is, that I am also director in his company and he's a director in my company. Listen, director, no? Shareholder nahi beta. Directors can be anyone. One person company में it's a one shareholder company. समझा? It's a one shareholder company. हाँ बोल रहा है ना बोल रहा है? Okay. So now what is happening? That I am a director in his company and he is a director in my company. So in this case, this makes us both what? Related person. So if there is any transaction, okay, between us, yani Karan Limited and Lakshmi Limited, definitely it is considered as what? Related person. Okay, here just make a small change. Make it SV. So SV is actually Sagar Vora. Okay, so basically he is director in my company, I am director in his company. So we both, if Karan Limited and Sagar Limited do any transactions, it will be considered that they both are related person. Okay. Second is, my dear friends, let's say ऐसा होता है that Lokini and her friend Rakshi, they start a business, a partnership firm, right? Both are chartered accountants now. One is giving direct tax service, one is giving indirect tax service. Okay, चुप बैठा भी. So now is the name of their firm is Rakshi and Loki. Okay, partnership firm. Okay, RL partnership firm. Now both are partners in the same firm. The thing is, if Rakshi gives any service to Loki or vice versa, it will be considered that both are what? Related person, because they are partners of the same partnership firm. Third, a third person controls more than 25% in both of them. So X Limited has 30% in Y Limited, 40% in Z Limited. So government has commented about this, that X and Y are related person. Why? Because X holds more than 25% in Y and Z. Then Y and Z are related person. Y and Z are related person. Is that very clear? Did you understand the diagram? वहां पे नहीं, नीचे देखो ऐसा है तो. See it in your book if you want. अच्छा, next is one of them controls both of them. Both of them as in one of them controls the other. So A Limited has significant role in the corporate policy and marketing decisions of B Limited. Related person. अच्छा, third person controls both of them. यानी कि क्या? X Limited controls the composition of board of directors of A Limited and also of B Limited. So A and B Limited both will be considered as what? Related persons. And the last is both of them control third person. Yani A and B have 40 and 60% shareholding in X. So here A and B again are what? Related person. Of all the things, this is the most important. This is the most important. Members of the same family. Members of the same. So in the family there is spouse and there are children. But there is also grandparents, parents, brothers and sisters. Now these four, if they are mainly dependent on the said person, then in that case definitely it will be considered that they are related person. But dependent वाला कोई condition यहाँ पर नहीं है. No condition of dependency is with respect to spouse and children. Are you getting it? So please read the question very well. If the question specifically states that Mr. X is dependent on Mr. Y, Mr. X brother of Mr. Y, Mr. X brother of Mr. is dependent on Mr. Y, then the relationship is what? Related person. Got it? Yes? Are you got it? But if there is no mention, it only says Mr. X is brother of Y, then never considered as related person. Always consider it as unrelated person, because that person is an independent person. Are you getting it? So unless and until they mention, only then take into consideration. Otherwise, all these four will be always considered as independent and thereby unrelated. Right? So just write down a small note here. Jot down. In absence of information, in relation to just write down in short: grandparents, GP, parents, brother, sister, like this. Consider them independent. Consider that them independent. Yes, independent. No, independent. Consider them independent and thereby unrelated. Unrelated. Okay. Next is proviso to 7(1)(c). फटाफट से लेके आओ उसको. Where the hell is he? सलाम. अच्छा ओके. तो ये अरोमाल किधर है? आजा. Snacks are here only. Call him now. Come on, Aromal. चलो आ जाओ. Listen up. Okay, now tell me. In this case, also add one more point here. Employer-employee relationship is also covered under related person. Employer-employee relationship is also covered under related person. Okay. Now listen. So tell me beta, now soon which festival is going to come? Deepavali, right? So in Deepavali, what does employer do to employee? Give bonus, and they also give sweets. What? Or holiday. Okay. No, they also give what, beta? अबे क्या कर रहा है तू? एक चमाट मारूंगा तेरे को. तो give it no once and for all. Come in. उसको बोल बाद में ले बेटा. कम आफ्टर 3 PM. टेक इट फास्ट. एंड डोंट कीप इट योर इडियट. नाउ डोंट कीप इट योर प्लीज. चलो. ओके नाउ लिसन. Listen. When the gifts are given by employer to employee in a financial year, then in such case, such gifts shall not be regarded as supply if they are amounting to rupees 50,000 per employee per financial year. Okay, what does this mean, my dear friends? Very simple. When the gifts are given by employer to employee, tell me one thing. Is the relationship between employer and employee covered under related person? Yes. So, if this proviso, you know what is proviso? Proviso is exception to the section. This is exception to the section. So tell me one thing. If employer will give gift to employee, right? Is it supply of goods? Why not? अरे gift दे रहा है यार. Let's say he is giving some crockery set. Is it supply of goods? अरे crockery set. अरे utensils. अरे vessels. अरे he is giving some shirt. चलो gift में. Is it supply of goods? Is it without consideration? Is it between related person? And it is in the course of business. Then it is deemed supply. If it is deemed supply, he has to pay GST. Now by this, the employer will be actually discouraged to do what? Give gifts. So to encourage him, government said that this is not a supply. This is not a supply only. Are you getting it? Exemption नहीं चमाट मारूंगा. It is not a supply, idiot. It is not a exempt नहीं बोला है मैंने. It is not a sub. So it does not trigger taxable event only. Okay. But this will happen when the value of supply is up to, when the value of gift is up to 50,000 per employee per financial year. Okay. Then in first case, will it be a supply? What is the gift amount? Will it be a supply? No. So it is not a supply, but as per which? As per proviso, as per proviso to 7(1)(c. Right? But here it is 55,000. Is it covered under proviso now? So it will be covered under normal rule, normal section, and thereby it will be a deemed supply under 7(1)(c) as the amount exceeds 50,000, and thereby it falls outside the ambit of proviso to 7(1)(c). Do you get it? Are yes or no, guys? What? Tell me. Which? First or second? You tell me. Okay. Did you understand the proviso? What is the proviso? Correct. What will happen then? Up to 50,000 है तो हाँ तो वही तो लिखा है. क्या लिखा है? Did you understand this, guys? Did you understand this? So if the value of supply is 1 lakh, what will happen? Is it a team supply? If it is 30,000, is it a team supply? Good. Okay. Now the last two parts, my dear friends, that we will finish off will be 4th and 5th. Okay. 4th and 5th. Very simple. Okay, now, chup bet now, I shut up your traps. What did we do? The definition of related person. Okay, okay. Let's do one thing. This is a little heavy, so we will do one thing. We will take a simpler part now. Okay, so that leaves with us with one thing. 7.1c ka 2 cases are remaining. Okay, but up till now, what did we do in 7.1c? First, permanent transfer of business assets without consideration, where ITC has been availed. Where ITC has been. Dusra, principal and agent. Right? So in that case, there is selling agent and correct. Now when it comes to selling agent, correct, invoice, if the selling agent is issued in the name of agent, principal agent relationship will it be deemed supply or not? Deemed supply. But if agent does not issue invoice, does not have the right to transfer the title, principal agent relationship will not be covered under 7.1c. Right? Then we came to DCA and principal. Right? So if DCA issues invoice in the name of his own, so that means he has the right to transfer the title. That means he is selling goods to the buyer. That means now if the buyer makes delayed payment, that interest will be subject to GST under 15 to T. Under 15 to, okay. But if the DCA does not issue invoice in his own name, then is he selling goods? No. He is carrying out independent financial activity for which he is charging interest, and that interest is exempt. And the last is supply of goods or service between related person, between, without, in the course or furtherance of business. Are you getting it? Okay. Yes. And there we also did one proviso which says that if an employer is giving gift to employee, for how much? For how much? Up to 50,000 per employee per financial, then it is not a supply. And if it is more than 50,000, the entire value will be, entire value, yani if it is 1 lakh, the entire 1 lakh will be considered as what? Is this very clear? Now I am doing a very easy part so that it just is very easy to you, nothing difficult. We are doing 7.1a. We are doing 7. What is this? Determination of supply of goods or service. Why is this required in the first place? Very simple. Before GST, my dear friends, one transaction only, there was one transaction. One transaction is considered thoda as goods and thoda as service. For example, classic example was restaurant. Since you are supplying food, it is what? Goods. But there is also a waiter, there is also AC, there is also some TV, there is also some decor. So which is why it is considered as what? तो goods पे लगता था क्या और service पे क्या लगता था? This used to go to SG and this used to go to, so CG used to say this is service levy, service tax. SG used to say this is goods levy, VAT. So this is how one transaction was classified, thoda as goods and thoda as, yes. Now this was a ruckus. This was absolute stupidity. So in GST, do you think again the restaurant will be classified thoda as goods and thoda as service? Why? Because does not matter whatever they classify. At the end of the day, what are they going to charge? CGST and SGST. CGST and, where in both the cases taxes will go to whom? Center and state, both. Are you getting it? So they did not classify it this way. They classified directly it as service. Because you classify it either of them, you are either going to make it as goods or service. Is this very clear, guys? Does this make sense? That's it. Okay? तो ये केस है. Now, this is what we are trying to achieve here. Here, there will be a certain transaction told to you, and all you need to classify is whether it is goods or whether it is service. And most of the transactions, before even explaining, you will only tell me, okay, sir, this is goods or service. Example number 1. Let's say if I sell this pen, okay, to Salam. What is it? Supply of goods or service? It is supply of goods. What if, okay, instead of selling car to Salam, I rent out that car to Salam? What is it? Supply of service. Because I have not transferred the title, I have transferred the right to use that goods. Are you getting it? And third is what is called as hire purchase. What is it called? I am going to sell it to Salam, but not now, after 12 months. After, but still the transfer of title is going to happen, no? But in future. Okay, but there is transfer of title, and which is why what will happen? It will be considered as supply of goods. Because whenever there is transfer of title, there is supply of goods. You cannot transfer title in service. Can you? So if I am teaching you IDT, I will forget and you will remember, Vaisa? No, right? Okay. So tell me one thing. What will happen in case of transfer of goods? What is this? Supply of okay. What is this? Supply of third. Supply of सर्विस सर्विस क्यों इडियट देयर इज ट्रांसफर ऑफ टाइटल नो हायर परचेज लिखो यहां पे Did you get it? Okay. Tell me if I have a land or a building and if I lease that out, will that be supply of goods or service? Any renting transaction will be considered as what? Got it? ये लिख रहा है ना तू Are you writing beta? Okay. Now, clarification on Pagdi system. Do you know Pagdi system? Pagdi system. You know this? Okay. So what used to happen is, or this used to specifically happen in Maharashtra, that years back in 1980s and 1990s, when you were in your past birth, right? What used to happen is, so if I have a place, I have an immovable property, let's say I have a flat, I will sell it off to you. Okay? In such a way that what will happen is that, so I will transfer you tenancy rights. You will pay me 10 lakh rupees, right? And every month thereafter you will pay me a small amount of 50 to 100 rupees forever till the time you are the tenant. Now what used to happen is that in this Pagdi system, right, tomorrow, let's say if you have to sublet the thing, you are a tenant, remember that. You have paid me, okay, mere 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs, whatever the amount is. Now you are the tenant, I am the landlord and you are the, so first a very lump sum amount will be given by the tenant to the landlord, and then extremely nominal amount will be given. And the benefit of this is that tomorrow, even if you are giving this property to someone else, let's say you are giving it on rent to someone else. So if there is 30,000 rent you are charging, I will get 1/3 of that as a landlord, and you will get 2/3 of that. And same happens when you sell that thing. Okay. So in Pagdi system, the entire confusion was that the tenancy rights that are being issued at the very outset of the transaction, and the tenancy premium 10 lakh was given by the tenant to the landlord. Is that a supply of service? And the clarification said yes. And it will also be subject to GST. Just by saying that mere payment of stamp duty and registration fee will preclude it from the scope of GST will not happen. Okay. So the argument that they gave is that you are going to pay registration fee, you are going to pay stamp duty on this, so no GST. No, you cannot say that. Whether GST will apply or not apply, for that you have to see GST law. You cannot just say that stamp duty is levied, registration fee is levied, so GST will not apply. No. For that you have to see which act? GST Act. So by merely payment of what? Stamp duty and registration fee, You cannot say that it is outside the scope of GST, right? So it is supply of service, there will be GST, remember this. Got it? But remember, if that pagdi is on residential dwelling, commercial नहीं, क्या है? Residential, यानी कि residential area है वो, तो that will be what? Exempt. So when will it be taxable? When it is a commercial premises. So when it's a commercial premises, it will be taxable, but residential it will be exempt. Next, treatment or process of goods supplied by another person. This is what you called job work. Yes, tenancy rights is something that happens at the very starting of the transaction. So I am the landlord, I am giving you tenancy rights. So now that makes you capable of occupying that premises. And for that you have paid me what? Tenancy premium. You have paid me what? A lump sum tenancy premium, and there is a rent, a very nominal rent that you will be paying me throughout your life, which is 50 or 100 rupees. So that 50 or 100 rupees is to taxable. But that 10 lakh rupees that you've paid in the very starting is also taxable. Lease nahi beta. This is different. Lump sum में लीज कहाँ होता है? लीज के में भी it's spread out payment only. So no, this is for lifetime, like lifetime. He will pay lifetime a small amount of rent. Okay. Acha, tell me one thing. If I give you cloth and you stitch it and give shirt to me, have you sold that shirt to me? Can I say that? No. You have given me stitching service. Right? If I give you a gold biscuit Armol, right? Aromal. Yes. If I give you gold biscuit and you turn it into jewelry and give it to me, have you sold me the jewelry? No. You have incurred making charges. So here you are selling me goods or giving me service? Service. Yes. This is supply of service. Louis Philippe sends clothes to Mr. Varun. He stitches and makes it into a suit and returns back to Louis Philippe. लिखो यहाँ पे. Okay. The next is renting of immoral property. What is that? Supply of service. Next is leave the next part. Okay, just come here. Temporary transfer or permitting use of enjoyment of intellectual property rights. What are IPRs? Patent, copyright and trademark. You know what a patent is? For a formula of any medicine or a food product. Copyright is generally of any author, of any song, right? Of any videos. Trademark company's mascot, right? Correct. So Nike, this is the trademark. This is the trademark sign of Nike. Got it? No one else can use this. Okay. So there are a lot of, fake brands that say Ikey and Fikey and Mikey. So they will do the something like this. Okay. उल्टा करके डाल देंगे उसको. समझा? So if there is temporary transfer of intellectual property rights, it is what? Supply of service. And if there is permanent transfer, it's as good as you have sold it. So it will be supply of goods. Acha, if I specifically make software for a company, what do you think? It is supply of goods or service? Service. But if I am, okay, let's say I am Tally. You know Tally ERP? So what do they do? What do they do? They have taken, they don't make software for a single person. It is for the entire industry. So it is and it is also coming into CD and pen drives. So it is pre-packaged software. What is it? Which is not made for one but for many. Then in that case, if it is sold in physical form, it will be supply of goods. But very importantly, it should be sold in physical form. Okay. Acha, tell me one thing. Let's say, this is a very classic example. But this is somewhere in parallel universe, right? Yes. So, you know that before me, there was a professor called Ishnu. Called Ishnu. Vishnu. Mr. Vishnu. So, Mr. Vishnu, okay, is basically a chartered accountant. And he teaches indirect tax. Now he was first teaching in Thankyou, but then things changed, and he went to, and he got an offer from competitor, right, that come and teach there. So before leaving Thankyou, Sheikh sir met him. And Sheikh sir told him, don't go there. Vishnu said, but I am getting paid more there. Then Sheikh sir said, what are you getting paid? So Vishnu said, this is the amount I am getting paid. Sheikh sir said, I will pay 3 times the amount. Stay here. Vishnu said, okay, I will stay here. Are you getting it? So what happened exactly? Who paid money to whom? Sheikh sir paid money to Mr. Vishnu. And Vishnu signed a non-compete agreement. And with this he also received non-compete fees. So he agreed not to go there and stay here. Are you getting it? Yes. Because it might have happened in parallel universe only that a lot of students might have gone there. They have not gone in reality, right? But with the fear of business shifting from here to there, his previous employer gave him that non-compete fees. So here what government wanted to say is that here Mr. Vishnu has given service to Mr. Sheikh, and Mr. Sheikh has paid non-compete fees to Mr. Vishnu, and which is why this service will also be subject to GST. Sir, what kind of service? Refrain from doing an act. Refrain from doing an What act? The act of joining the competitor. So Mr. Mahendra refrained from joining competitor. Okay, when Maruti paid non-compete fees to. Got it? And what is second? Tolerate an act. So if, for example, do you know this, that once you book a flight and if you cancel it, you don't get the refund amount? Why? Why is that so? Because you have booked a flight by paying an amount. Now since you have booked the flight, you have reserved the seat, which is why someone else wanted to book a flight but he couldn't because all the seats were full. And he went from Indigo to Akasa. Akasa Airlines. You know Akasa? Yes or no? SpiceJet? Indigo? So from Indigo he went to SpiceJet. Now you will cancel the booking at last moment. Will Indigo get the client? That seat will remain vacant. So Indigo says that, listen, I can't refund you the money back. And since I can't refund you the money back, I am tolerating your act of cancelling the ticket in the last moment. So the only way I am tolerating this act of you cancelling at the last moment is by not refunding you that consideration. Are you getting it? Acha, दूसरा example. Let's say I take a loan from bank for 1 crore. How much? 1 crore. And I tell them that I will pay you in 5 years. How many years? 5 years. And I pay it in 2 years only. I paid in 2 years only. So instead of 5 years, I paid in 2 years only. Are you getting it? Yes. Now the thing with this is that bank will not be happy with this. Why? Bank will not be happy with this because it lost interest for 3 years. So it tolerated my act of repaying the money before maturity. And which is why they will charge me prepayment charges. What? Yes, prepayment charges. And why are they charging me prepayment charges? Because they tolerated my act of what? Prepaying before maturity. Are you getting it? So they gave me service of what? Tolerating an act. And I paid them what? Prepayment charges. Got it? So this is also what, my dear friends? Supply of service. Government wanted to capture this transaction under supply of service so that government can also levy GST on it. Okay? Acha, what? Catering and restaurant is supply of service? Yes or no? And tell me this kurkure, you know, Lay's kurkure? You get that in Chennai? What is that? Pre-packaged, packaged food items. Is what? Supply of. So tomorrow if you will go to restaurant, what will you tell? Yes, that's absolutely correct. Samjha? So tomorrow if let's say, okay, De Silva, अपना जो है Silva Kumar, okay, is asking out, is asking out on a date. To whom? कैसा बेटा? Nothing? Yes. Okay. So, yeah, coming back to Silva. If Silva is asking Shri Devi that please come on a date with me, then what will he say? That come to this restaurant, we will avail service. We will avail service. Because for you, restaurant is nothing else but what? Supply of service. And if Shri Devi laughs at it and says, I got it, what you're trying to say. You are trying to refer 7-1A, right? Yes. Then remember that is the perfect match for you. You should marry that girl. But if she says, what the hell, what is this nonsense? What are you saying, service and all? Please reject her right away. Are you getting it? Yes. Okay. So whenever you will say now, I want to go to this restaurant, you will say what? We are going to avail restaurant service. Samjha? Because restaurant is a service. Did you get it? Okay. Now we end our session. But my dear friends, tell me one thing. What did we do today? 2 minutes. Revise. Help me revise. What did we do today? 7-1 A, 7-1, 7-1 double A, 7-1 B, 7-1 C. Okay. And recently we did 7-1A. 7-1A. Come on, help me revise. What is it? Supply of goods or for in the course or furtherance of. ठीक है. Second, 7-1 double A, where the activity is between unincorporated association and its members. Both will be considered, initially they are considered same, but now they are considered separate person. So there is supply of goods and service between them under 7-1 double A. 7-1B, what is it? Import of service for a. Achha, you are going to import. Is someone going to export there without cost? No, they will charge you, no beta. So import of service for a, whether or not in the course or furtherance of business. Is it a supply? Yes. Under which section? 7-1B. 7-1C, all the transactions are what? Without 7-1C is activity without consideration. Bolo, 7-1C is activity without, again activity without, one more activity without. First is permanent transfer of business asset, where ITC has been availed. Second, principal and agent. Principal वाला क्या है? Selling principal and agent, where the agent is a selling agent. Selling agent scenario number 1. If the invoice is issued, own name, does he have the right to transfer the title? So principal agent relationship will be covered under 7-1C. But if it does not have the right to transfer the title, then principal agent relationship will not be covered under 7-1C. Third, buying agent. क्या है? Buying agent. Are you getting it? Yes or no? The supplier issues invoice in the name of agent. Then agent principal relationship will be covered under. Are you getting it? But if not, then principal agent relationship will not be covered under 7-1C. Then we did about principal and DCA. Principal and, so if DCA is issuing invoice in his own name, then the interest is taxable. But if not, then interest is exempt. Then comes supply of goods or service between related person, between, without, in the course or furtherance of, where two most important related person are what? Members of the same family, right? Spouse and children, always related. But grandparents, parents, brother, sister are related only if they are, samjha? Acha, and the second is employer-employee relationship. Acha, tell me, in the occasion of Diwali, if employer gifts employee gift of how much? 40,000. Is it a supply? Because it is less than. But if it is 1 lakh, then it is a supply under 7.1c, right? And then we did 7.1a. What is that classification? What is that? There is a situation given, and all we have to understand is whether this is goods or, correct? Yes. Transfer of title क्या होगा? Goods, right? Transfer of right to use क्या होगा? If I am using your goods and then doing some treatment and processing and giving it back to you, service. Lease of land and building, service. But if I am under Pagdi system, I have given you tenancy rights and you are giving me tenancy premium, it will still be considered as service and subject to GST. Acha, temporary transfer of IPR, but permanent. If I am making software for you specially, service. But if I am selling in pre-packaged form like antivirus or Tally, it's restaurant. But food packets, did you get it, beta? We revised the entire thing of 6 hours into 10 minutes. That is what it should be. Okay? So now what your homework will be to make summary notes of supply. Okay? Just write down this. The way I have made is, just check how I have made it. I wrote down the first. Then I wrote down what is goods, what is service, how does it include a separate consideration, use of money, conversion of cash from one currency to another currency, from one denomination to another denomination, and last is brokerage. Then business, all the important aspects I have given, these two. And then if it is for business and if it is for personal, then activity without consideration, any goods and service without consideration, any free goods or service, not a supply. Consideration without activity, so it depends. If these 3 conditions are satisfied, not a supply. 7.1b, this 3. And 7.1c, correct? ठीक है? And in case of principal agent, there are 4 boxes. Okay? You can add the buying agent once here. Buying agent मैंने नहीं लिखा है. ठीक है? तो बस इतना करो. 7.1a मत करना. 7.1 कैपिटल है वो मत करना. 7.1a, b और c कर देना. ठीक है? 7.1a, b और c. इसका लिख कर आओ तुम लोग. लिख कर आओ. राइट. द मोर यू विल राइट, द मोर यू विल रिमेंबर. The more you will write, the more you will. Okay? Done. All I want to do is now, okay, and also, just a second. Question number 1, homework. What? You have no? Then you have PDF, no? I'm sending you the PDF. Question number 1, homework. That's it. Question number 1, homework. Question number 1, 5 is MCQ only. 6 में बी पार्ट ठीक है. Six also you do. 5 and 6. 1, 5 and 6. Question 1, make sure you write and comma. Done. That's it. Please sleep early today, 10:30. Wake up early so that you don't feel sleepy. And now onwards, supply was the most monotonous chapter. Now everything is going to be very mathematical and extremely engaging. Okay? So don't worry. Okay? Okay.